And hello, everybody. Welcome in Mysteries with Mr. Belgic. That's me. I'm here today with Mr. Druzer and Mr. Ned Dehan from BBOR, Black Box Online Radio. So for now, we are three. It's a good number. We are going to talk about suspect in the Zodiac files. And if you have any question in the chat today, it's a Q&A section, Q&A show. So ask your question, and we will going to try to answer your question the best we can. So we can maybe start with the most famous suspect in this case, Mr. Leigh Allen. So who want to start? Druzer, Ned?
Well, I just have one introductory thing. First, I would like to give a shout out to Brad, who sent this in to my email address, actually, blackboxonlineradio@aol.com. And he is the one who requested this for an episode of Mysteries with Mr. Belgique. And I just have one little thing to read here. He says, "Hi, Ned. I love the panel discussion show on Mysteries with Mr. Belgique. You guys are asking some great questions, but you also ask for suggestions for a show." And this is a very big email, so I'm just going to read some parts of it. And he says that the idea for this comes from Ryan Burns' channel, DB Cooper Sleuth. And it's what he does is called suspect roulette. And because he wants us to push us out of our comfort zones where we are just given a suspect at random. And there are a couple of different levels of suspect roulette, but I think we can just kind of focus on that one. And I do have to point out, though, that yes, we're going to talk about Arthur Leigh Allen, Lawrence Kane, perhaps, and some other ones. But Brad also says, you have to add the funny ones, like Honcho from Sandy Betts and McDuff from Mike Morford. He says they're funny. You guys aren't laughing. Okay.
I don't think either of those are funny.
And then we have to rotate, though, and just say the reasons why this person could be the Zodiac Killer. And then we can change it into why this person would not be the Zodiac Killer. And just wanted to give credit to Brad for this idea. And yeah, we're doing a modified version, just talking about the suspects. But thank you all the same. Okay, back to you, Jerome.
Yeah, we can do that. We can do why somebody could be the Zodiac and why he couldn't be the Zodiac. So if you want, we can start with the biggest one, Arthur Leigh Allen. So we are going to start with why he's not the Zodiac Killer.
We can't. He's the prime suspect.
Yeah, but
the debate about whether he's been ruled out or not and how has been going on for a while, and it's sort of evolved as we've gotten more information. I think there's a lot to say that he is not involved, but technically, I think he's still viable. One of the perhaps forensically the biggest reason why he's dismissed by a lot of people, not the police, is his fingerprints didn't match, or were excluded from the partial prints found in and around the Paul Stine cab, and the right-hand palm print, writer's palm print on the Exorcist letter was also found to be a non-match.
And about the sketch of Berryessa and Presidio, it doesn't fit to the profile.
Well, it's not certain that the lurker at Lake Berryessa was the Zodiac. And with the Stine sketch, obviously we can't really substantiate that. We can say that he's a couple inches taller than they noticed, several dozen pounds too heavy.
Plus, Arthur Leigh Allen had a problem with his leg, so it would be difficult for him to do all this travel back and forth.
I think that's debatable. Allen was an athlete, and at this time he was teaching diving lessons. He had actually was one of We don't know exactly how much he weighed in 1969 during the crimes, but there is an article in the newspaper describing his weight loss at that time. So I think he may have been as light as 230, 240 at that time. So I
I
wouldn't
see.
focus on
I,
that.
I seen a picture of Arthur Leigh Allen when he was 18. He was really nice looking. He was a
Yeah.
nice guy, a beautiful guy, really. After that, he changed. But, and for you, Ned,
The reasons why Arthur Leigh Allen is not the Zodiac Killer?
yeah, in
I
your
think that
opinion,
we are dealing with someone who was a right-handed suspect, right-hand dominant. Here on the panel, we've gone through some things about ambidextrous, okay, and Jerome, you even have a good story about being ambidextrous. Arthur Lee Allen was left-hand dominant. No
yeah.
matter what type of other capabilities that he had with his right hand, he was left-hand dominant. And I think all of the evidence suggests that we're dealing with someone who is right-hand dominant. Brian Hartnell even being reported that he was stabbed by someone who was holding the knife in his right hand, also holding other weapons in his right hand. Now, you guys brought up something very good, though, about the Presidio Heights incident. About why does it appear that the killer is walking with the lumbering gait or the odd walk? Is it because he has the gun after he's killed Paul Stine pressed close to his body because just he's kind of like leaning toward that because he's trying to conceal it, maybe there's blood on it, making sure that no one is going to be looking at that. Now you guys want to talk about the reasons why Arthur Lee Allen is not the Zodiac? Well, I mean, Sharon Hagan said this better than anyone. He was a sex offender who targeted young males, boys, and there's no evidence that the Zodiac was a sex offender that targeted young males, boys, or teenagers. There's even the story of Arthur Lee Allen molesting Don Cheney's daughter, who was 3 years old at the time. The Zodiac did nothing of the sort.
No,
And even with the widely discussed unconfirmed crimes, the Zodiac isn't attacking children. You do have some possibility with the Kathleen Johns incident where it says, where he allegedly says, I want you to throw the baby out or something like that. But that's not even him saying that
no,
he's going to hurt a child if that conversation even happened. I don't believe that happened. So,
me neither.
profiling a strike against Arthur Lee Allen. Now, here's a point, though, that I think Druzer's trying to get at. The forensics are very weak. This DNA thing from 2002, that's not a yes or a no. We don't know anything about that. Like, was that even Arthur Lee Allen's DNA? Probably not. Now, looking at the fingerprints, the palm prints, all of this stuff comes into question. So I think what we can look more at is Arthur Lee Allen's behavior, Arthur Lee Allen's just activities, and you brought up how he is still teaching diving and so on. And Tom Voigt is one of the loudest voices of this. Tom Voigt of ZodiacKiller.com when he says the problems with Arthur Lee Allen's legs didn't start until later in his life after 1969. But I'm supposed to be saying the reasons why Allen is not the Zodiac. I think it comes down to profiling. I think it comes down to also, let's look at this physical description. I mean, how do we know with certainty the Zodiac was wearing a wig at Lake Berryessa? We don't. Arthur Lee Allen was balding at the time. And, like Lindsay Robbins, the witness who provided a lot of descriptions for the composite sketch after the Stine murder, was given a photo of Arthur Lee Allen and he laughed at it. Officer Falk also allegedly saw the Zodiac Killer, said, just that was not the guy. And Nancy Slover heard the voice of Arthur Lee Allen, said that was not the guy.
As
Lots of
Brian
reasons.
Hartnell, yeah,
Excuse me?
as Brian Hartnell, who
Yes, and
heard
Brian
the
Hartnell
voice of,
also spoke to the Zodiac for perhaps up to 15 minutes, and he said that the voice was so unusual that he thought that he could recognize it. Now, Druzer, and it looks like Ed's here in the chat. I don't know.
Hi, guys.
Hey, Ed, how's
Hi,
it going?
Eduard.
I'm fine, thank you. How are you all doing?
I'm doing
Fine.
just fine. Just this last point here. I think that Brian's ability to recognize the Zodiac's voice is going to be hindered by one specific problem. I think the Zodiac was disguising his voice at Lake Berryessa, and the Golden State Killer also did this. So I mean, I don't know what you guys think, but I don't think the Zodiac really talked in his natural voice when he made the phone calls or he did the Lake Berryessa stabbing. I think he's like, putting on an act, and he's in character mode.
Yeah,
But I've heard a lot of the reasons why I don't think Arthur Leigh Allen was the Zodiac.
yeah. If it's the case, he took a lot of precaution for disguising his voice, disguising himself, disguising his handwriting. This guy took a lot of precaution to don't be recognized or caught. So
He's playing a
it's
character, though. That's not really
yeah,
complicated when you're the one doing it. When you're the one
yeah,
sitting in our chair trying to unravel it, it's complicated. But when you are just putting on an act and, picking up the payphone and making the call and talking in a weird voice, that would be a lot easier to do than to have somebody sit
yeah.
back in the chair 56 years later and try to figure it out.
I don't think he was trying to disguise his voice or his handwriting, but I do think that there's a major problem in trying to remember a voice you heard 10, 15, 20 years later. So even if Hartnell said, "Oh, geez, this is the voice for sure," just like Michael Mageau decades later saying, "I remember the silhouette of the face I saw for a brief moment as I was being shot in the face." I'm not going to court with that.
Okay. Hello, Ed. How are you doing?
I agree with Ned and Druzer about that. Most witnesses are. The problem with witnesses is that if you go in the timeline and you go further away, people remember things differently. It's a mental thing. I think the first reactions of most of the witnesses are the most correct when it just happened. So I suggest to check the police reports that are the most earliest in the time.
Okay.
I'll be back shortly, fellas.
Yeah, don't worry. I'm going to just ask in the chat if you have any question, please type question before your question. Like this, I see I see it's a question. I put a star on it, and after we can answer, because like this I can see if it's a question or not, but it's more difficult. So if you have any question, just type question before your question.
And I would
Easy
actually
task.
like to throw something back to Ed. So Ed, Druzer and I seem to have somewhat of an agreement. I thought that the Zodiac was disguising his handwriting and his voice at certain times. Do you think the Zodiac was disguising anything like that?
Yeah, that's just theorizing. It's really hard to say because
Absolutely.
we were not there when he wrote his letters. So I think you made a good suggestion that he was right-handed. You can see that in the handwriting. You can also hear that in the witness statements of how in what hand he held his gun. So I think it's probably safe to tell everyone he was right-handed.
We have to say though, for the record, the police have never said that, and obviously they've spent decades looking at a left-hand dominant person who admittedly could write with his right hand. But, I really can't fathom how they can have all of these crime scenes, all of these letters, and still not make a determination. Like they
No,
can
I myself am left-handed, and the problem with being left-handed is that you have to write to the right, and then you smear your own ink on your hand, so you get smear points if you write really fast. But the question is, would you write in your own handwriting, doing stuff like Zodiac did, or would you disguise yourself?
If you're the kind of person who's going to send 20 pages to the police, yeah, I mean, why not? Like, obviously, this guy wasn't built like the rest of us.
No,
I don't think he
for
was
sure.
concerned at all. I will say that I think he did a couple of things in his writing that was meant to somewhat disguise it. I don't think it stopped his flow or anything, and neither did the documents examiners. But I think he systematically was, adding unnecessary letters, omitting certain letters, and I think he had a system for doing it. Some of the spacing looks extremely contrived.
Yeah.
But that's not the same as disguising his handwriting. At least that's what the experts say.
But
Yeah.
Druzer, I do to try and throw in some challenges to this, because we can see the Zodiac Killer writing in different styles, and this might be what you're referring to about how the Zodiac's not writing in the same way every time. As a case in point, the debut letter versus the Melvin Belli letter, and also what I always go back to, the envelopes, because the envelopes are written in what I think is like an in between like the early letters from 1969 and the Melvin Belli letter. And we should also point out the Dragon card, the Phillips 66 map, they have the neater styles that you see on the Melvin Belli letter. And when you look at the this all across the spectrum, and you can see all of these things in order, yeah, it looks like there's one person writing. But the very fact that he used different handwriting styles, does that not indicate that he is intentionally modifying his writing style?
I don't think it's so unusual. I mean, he was writing in different contexts. At first, he's writing to the newspapers, in other words, the police, with no particular expectation that they would publish them. Then they started publishing them, and then suddenly he started trying to keep his lines straight, and we see some neater stuff. And then they piss him off, and he writes a little angrier, and then he writes to someone who is not trying to catch him, Melvin Belli, and
Yeah.
and he writes a little more properly. For me, it's like if I'm writing to a stranger, especially in a professional capacity, I'm probably going to type it, but but I do a lot of handwriting at work for customers who I've never met, and I always write very neat. But if I write something quick for my brother, it's going to look messy. I think it could be something like that.
You want my take
So
on
it's not
this?
like go ahead, Jerome.
Go ahead.
For me, it was a right and writing. Yes. Okay. Leigh Allen was, let's say, attracted by child, not appropriate woman age. What there is this stuff, and for me, Leigh Allen was not so smart. He was not. I will not say that he was dumb or he was stupid. I just say he doesn't. He's not smart enough to create by himself, just by himself, all this stuff. For me, trying to understand who this guy was, I don't see somebody who can create cipher who will take 50 years to crack. I don't see somebody who shoot like this to people. I I don't know. It was the first and uh, the biggest suspect in this case, and all the time it's in my mind. I'm wonder, yeah, okay, he was and maybe he's still the bigger suspect in this case, but why? And all the time it makes me come back to Don Cheney and Sandy Panzerella. And I was thinking the other day, yeah, about Belay. I was thinking, yeah, it's after the Paul Stine killing where I think Cheney was there to killing Paul Stine. He's been almost caught by the police. I think he talked with Panzerella and say, okay, if we are caught, or if there is some suspicion on us, what can we do? We cannot call a lawyer like this and ask him to help us, because it will show that we are the Zodiac, the perpetrator of this attack. But who can do that? The Zodiac can do that. He can maybe call the TV station or radio station and asking to talk with a big lawyer like Melvin Belay. Because don't worry, I have the money to pay him. Sandy Panzarella was really successful. I have the money to pay him. So if we need to have a big one, a really a big lawyer, I can have it. And I was thinking about that, and for me, it was making sense. And in the same time, I was do something else with the Z13 and the uh, 13 punch cat letter. Uh, the editor, you'll hate me, but I've got to tell you, blah blah blah. And I'm wondering if it was not possible that it was music note. So, yeah. I was thinking it's maybe music note, this 13 symbol. And I was looking in but I'm just starting to do that. So I'm just at the beginning. It could be maybe a melody. It's possible that it's a melody. I need to retranscribe everything in music and find the good note and try to see if there is a correlation with that. Maybe a song of the Mikado or a song. But I'm going to try to do something in mixing this letter with music note. I'm going to try to
Yeah,
do.
that's an interesting thought. The first time I saw the card, I thought about a punch card, and the people that are my age probably know that when you checked in and checked out, you had a punch card, and you had to put it in the machine, and it punched when you are leaving the office. That's a way to communicate. So, but I don't know. But it's interesting to think about it and to try out. I think your idea about music is interesting, to say at least.
I will try to see if it fits or not. I will try to do my best, and if there are some musicians in the chat or who are watching the show, if you can help me. We have some questions here, so if you are
I'd like to interject something before we go
okay,
on.
go ahead.
Arthur Leigh Allen dated women.
Yeah.
He was a pretty well educated school teacher. I don't think he was foolish. He seemed pretty well spoken to me.
Yeah.
And the Zodiac symbol.
Yeah, school teachers are smart people, really.
Some more than others. But I'd also say no offense, Ned.
Sorry, Ned.
I'm not the same teacher. I don't mind.
Teacher in biology are really excellent.
I'd also like to point out that the Zodiac symbol is almost exactly like a coda symbol in music, for what it's worth.
Yeah, that's true. You're right. Yes.
I'm going to check, and I'm going to try to see if there is something.
And I'll just have a follow-up to that as well, because I don't think Arthur Leigh Allen was dumb. I really don't. And as far as him being a homosexual, I think that it's very clear that Arthur Leigh Allen was a bisexual, that he was attracted to both males and females. I think he was a bisexual who seemed to have sexual tendencies for adults and people who were juveniles. And I mean, I don't even know how controversial of a statement that would be, based on like everything that Druzer has said, plus the stories that are about him, and they're not just stories; they're not just allegations. He was convicted of these things, right? For
Yep.
um,
Yeah.
for the molestations. So that's just where I think this is that he's a bisexual, and a lot of people just don't seem to comprehend that somebody can have these different types of attractions and preferences. My point was that I don't see any of that stuff in the Zodiac Killer's behaviors. And
No.
it's if the Zodiac had been some type of guy who's committing the known crimes, and he's also going after 12 and 13-year-old boys or something, and he's reporting it, then I would say, all right, Leigh Allen's most likely your guy. But those crimes, I just don't even see present. And in a lot of the unconfirmed crimes, mind you, Sherry Jo Bates, Kathleen Johns, Donna Last, those are lone females. Where are
Yeah.
the crimes where the Zodiac would be targeting some type of juvenile male?
Ned, do you think that Arthur Lee Allen was trolling the cops that were investigating him? Because he had a
Not
watch, a
100%.
Zodiac watch, and he was... Sorry?
Not 100%, 110%, 120%. Yes,
Yeah.
I think he was trolling. Guilty or not guilty, he wanted to annoy, agitate, bother them. And wearing the Zodiac watch to the interrogation, like you said,
Yeah.
trolling, consciously trolling. I think Arthur Lee Allen was trolling the public when he's behind the black
Oh, yeah.
Thing during his interview when he says, at times these accusations could be horribly depressing. Like, I think that was trolling, that he knew
Yeah,
that
the same
when
with I'm not the damn Zodiac. How he
Yeah.
said it. It was like almost like an act.
that one sounded a little bit more genuine, but it also sounded to me like that had a little bit of sincerity. He's like, I'm not, I didn't do this, but now, how many days do we have to wait, Jerome, before the Seawaters come out with their bombshell
3
information?
days. 2 days. It's on Wednesday.
For 2 days.
They might like clue us in on all of this stuff, but yeah, and I think he was trolling numerous times.
Yeah,
I
same
agree.
here. I think he was trolling.
I agree.
Even if he were
Yeah.
guilty, I'd still call that stuff trolling because it's like
Yeah.
he's still being a jerk about it all.
Yeah.
Yeah, and he knew they had nothing on him. Especially when he wasn't Zodiac. He really knew they had nothing on him.
Yeah, because if you have nothing to that that you are not the Zodiac, you have nothing to do with that. You can enjoy to troll the police and everybody because there is nothing against you. So
Right.
Somebody brought that up. Was it on the panel or was it maybe on someone else's channel when they were just saying that, okay, now if Arthur Lee Allen weren't the Zodiac, then he could say whatever he wanted during these interrogations because he knew
Yeah.
that his evidence wouldn't match anything, with the exception of someone in his inner circle using him as a patsy and planting fake evidence on him, but I don't. Well, that didn't happen. I mean, even if these theories involving Don Cheney and Panzerella are
Yeah.
right, they didn't plant a gun on
No.
him. They didn't plant
No.
a
No.
bloody
Not
shirt or
directly.
a wallet.
You see,
No, and
it's
they didn't plant a mask or a
no,
costume. Yeah, you're right, Ned.
no. All circumstantial evidence, and for me, it was the idea behind that. It was never trigger completely somebody to the police, so don't frame him with a gun and with something we can relate direct to the crime, but let's thinking the police that Leigh Allen is the Zodiac. Like this, they will scratch their head for
But
years
that's
and
the
years.
big problem with most of the suspects or persons in of interest. It's all circumstantial evidence, so it's so hard to see why the one suspect is better than another suspect. Do we check on how many things that seem to fit? It's a problem, and that's why we see so many suspects. People really believing their suspect is the one, and yeah, that's a big problem in the investigation as a amateur investigator.
True. Are you okay for the first question?
Probably
Druzer,
not.
you want this one? Or
I doubt there was a specific question about whether the witnesses thought they were looking at a wig or not
At Lake Berryessa?
at any of the places. I think that would be an unusual question.
Yeah.
Yeah,
But,
because
Good
that
question,
will
but I
mean
don't-
that
I
the
don't think
police
it would
would think that, and I don't think that police would tell that to a witness or ask, because that makes them believe the police think that it was a wig.
But there is a statement that was asked to the three girls that were looking at the Lake Berryessa voyeur. Not asked, because the question is, were they specifically asked, was this a wig? And that I don't recall. But they made some comment about how they thought that his hair was so neatly combed it almost didn't look natural. And I don't have the thing right in front of me now. But this is one of the reasons why Kevin Robert Brooks, who pushes Donald Lee Booyock as a Zodiac suspect, says that even though Donald Lee Booyock had a full head of hair, he thought he was wearing a wig and pretending to be the Lake Berryessa voyeur. It's like scouting out the crime scene, right, but altering his physical appearance. So I guess there's a statement like that. And also at Lake Berryessa as well, we have the Zodiac with his hair coming down around the nose through what Brian Hartnell described as being able to see behind the clip-on sunglasses. Am I getting this right, guys? It's that he can see it behind the sunglass, right?
That's what he says.
Yeah,
That's what he said. Yes.
My hot take is I don't believe him. I think it was the physics of that doesn't really work for me.
No, for me either,
yeah.
because it was too quick, and there was so much pressure on this occasion because there's been attacked. So, Ned,
I see your eyes.
So
You cannot
cool.
always see behind opaque surfaces. Sometimes you can, sometimes you
That's
can't.
true.
I mean, I got some lights going on. And I would expect, though, at like 6:30 p.m. in September at Lake Berryessa, kind of like what Druzer said, it's always bothered me where he's seeing hair behind opaque sunglasses with the black costume. Maybe you can see my eyes now because I got like the light that
Nope.
you can see
No.
that light phasing.
No,
Oh, you can.
you don't see your eyes. No.
no.
Oh,
No.
wow. Well,
And
that even reinforces the point even more. Opaque lenses. It's
True.
not a normal thing, right? And that's what
No.
you were going at, right, Druzer?
yeah, and he also had regular eyeglasses on underneath, according to Cecilia.
Yeah.
So I think if and I don't think Hartnell's lying, of course, but I think what he saw may have been fabric from the hood itself hanging down. I think that makes more sense.
Right. Like,
Yeah, I mean, I guess I'm kind of getting into this because of Vincent's one of the many videos he's posted in the last 24 hours was talking about witness descriptions and hair, and I wasn't sure why he thought that Brian's assessment of the hair was should be taken at a higher value than Majot or the Robbins kids or Falk. I mean, it seems clear that they would all have a better view than he would.
well, Druzer, maybe you
Okay,
and I
guys, it was a short visit from me because I have some things to do. But I want to thank you for having me again, and I hope to get more time the next time.
Yeah, no problem.
Yeah,
No problem.
thanks for coming by.
Good, Ed.
Yeah, thank you, guys. Bye bye.
Cheers.
Bye. Cheers. Yeah, he told me before that he don't have really the time today, but he's coming to say hi and just to participate a little bit.
Oh, it's all good. If I knew that Ed was staying for just that short amount of time, I would have just given him the floor and, just let him have the whole 30 minutes.
I feel we cut you off, Ned.
Well, I think you and I saw the same video on the New Cokes channel when he's talking about the witness descriptions, and there are several of them. One of them he states
Vincent,
that there is the thing about how the hair that comes down over the nose at Lake Berryessa was described as possibly greasy hair. And then he thought maybe that's because it was synthetic and it was a wig that the killer was wearing. But I think the video you're responding to is that it would make more sense for the killer to wear a wig because then he could alter his appearance. Whereas if some guy were getting haircuts right around the times of the crimes taking place, okay, so commits the Blue Rock Springs shooting, grows out his hair long, gets a haircut right before the Stine murder with the composites going out, and the neighbors, the co-workers, the friends, the family members aren't just like, hey, you know, you just cut your hair, now there's this news story going out. They would connect the dots. What do you think about that, Druzer?
Yeah, I think it's a valid point. I don't think Zodiac, whoever he was, took all of these precautions. I think he cut his hair after Lake Berryessa, but the consistency between Michael Majot saying he had blonde hair and the Robbins kids seeing blonde hair, I think it's the same hair, just shorter.
But there is also the description of reddish brown curls right after the Blue Rock Springs shooting, right?
Yeah, and Majot said wavy, curly hair. I'm not sure if he said wavy or curly, but one of the two. So that sort of checks out.
We have another question
It
here
doesn't really help with the suspects too much, though, because think about blonde, reddish brown, wavy curls. Even the suspects who had the curls in their hair, like Gaikowski had some waves in his hair, right? But his hair was extremely dark from all the photos. Then, like Lawrence Kane as well had extremely dark hair, and you certainly wouldn't call him a blonde unless he dyed his hair or altered it in some way.
Yeah, I mean, I have blondish, reddish, brownish hair. I think if 100 people looked at my hair, that not all the answers would be the same.
No, same for me. They are relatively black, but if you change the color of the sun or something like this, they can appear reddish, sometimes reddish, and even my beard appear like this, and that's strange because this is the light who change the.
Yeah, absolutely.
You see, yeah, we have a question here for Z72. Cool, Zodiac has used different American regional voices dialect. I'm not American, I don't know.
He could have changed his handwriting, his voice, his appearance. He could have taken all these measures, but I mean, I think we're looking at a guy who doesn't even wear gloves to the crimes that he's going to tell the police about. So I have a hard time thinking that he took all of these precautions. He seemed reckless as hell.
I have an answer to this one. Could Zodiac have used different American regional voices and dialects? Could he? Yes. Did he? I don't think so. Because from what we hear from people who actually spoke to the Zodiac, like Nancy Slover and Brian Hartnell, what they say is they didn't hear any regional dialect. They heard an unusual speaking cadence. I think that the Zodiac had... well, actually, I should say I don't know what his real voice was. The voice that he was using, I think, was trying to put on a neutral North American accent with a bizarre cadence, like saying the words more slowly, the famous monotone. And, he's altering that, like maybe even his pronunciation. So I think that that's what he is doing. That's what he's trying to modify. But, it's a good question all the same.
Yeah, absolutely. Here. Question: what happened to Stine Tripp's sheep? Why would Z take it?
We don't think that he did take it. The evidence that we have to go on isn't great. It's not listed in the reports, but a lot of things aren't. It doesn't list his glasses being recovered in the reports. We have to rely on our man Tom Voigt, who's farther inside this case than any of us. And he says they did find the trip sheet. They did find the glasses. Of course, one sticky point is, okay, well, if they had the trip sheet that said he was picked up at Mason and Geary or the Fairmont or wherever, then why did they have to recalculate based on the meter reading? Maybe it's just practice that they track it. I'm not sure, but to dismiss Tom's statements out of hand doesn't make a lot of sense to me. So I'm gonna say that he did leave the trip sheet, and in fact used the fact that they had the trip sheet to prove his involvement with his first letter when he said not Cherry Street but near Maple, because that had not been in the newspaper.
All right, and I also don't believe that the Zodiac took the trip sheet or wanted to take the trip sheet. Now, I'm going to share with you my experience with this was. I know this isn't a good answer to the question, but when I was reading the book, The Myth of the Zodiac Killer by Thomas Henry Horan, I thought there was a sentence in there that said that the trip sheet was in the possession of a journalist and reporter named Keith Power, and that Keith Power picked it up after it fell on the gutter. And sadly, when I had the opportunity to interview Thomas Henry Horan in 2021, I asked him about that, and he said, no, I didn't write that in my book. After the interview, I went and I picked up my copy of his book, and I went to that chapter, and it's true. He didn't write that. So I guess I just misread the sentence. But I think the overall picture that has been created and the things that I was connecting the dots like in the wrong way was, much as Druzer said, much as Tom Voigt said, that the trip sheet was in the possession of people who took it from the crime scene, but not the Zodiac. Like, we're talking about the responders. So that I don't know exactly which place it would be stored at or taken, but they have Paul Stine's trip sheet, is what I think.
Guys, do you think it's important to try to understand or know what Zodiac was doing just before taking the cab? Or it's a waste of time?
We're not going to figure it out, but it's certainly worth thinking about. Because it seems like
do you think he was in a public place, or he was?
I think he probably. Okay, I mean, it becomes theoretical immediately, but I believe that Zodiac had a car nearby the Stine scene, and therefore there would be substantial preparations that would be required to get ready to do this crime. I don't think he'd want his car there all day, so I think he probably drives up to Presidio Heights, within an hour of the crime, and then takes some kind of transit downtown and then gets in the cab and commits the crime. And I don't remember what the question was, so perhaps you could repeat it.
Well, the question was that, do you think that it's practical to talk about what the Zodiac was doing before the Stine murder, like before he got into the cab? And I think even if you want to extend that to before he committed the murder and so on. Now, Jerome, to answer your question, I don't think it's a waste of time. I think exploring these things are always, things that people can do because you might learn something. Overall, though, I don't think it's going to be relevant to solving the Zodiac mystery. And I think being able to identify the killer and his motives and just maybe the reasons why he created the Zodiac persona will not be contained in those pieces of information. Now, we can speculate what the Zodiac was doing. Mason and Geary is the theater district, right? It's in the theater district. And one thing where I would have to give credit to Adam Ivester from Real Zodiac Killer Revealed is he thinks the Zodiac was at a play and that he left early on unexpectedly. So it's kind of like giving himself an alibi, attending the theatrical performance. And then he gets the taxi at Mason and Geary. I've always kind of been wondering if he was sitting at, what is it called, the Pinecrest Diner, and just like eating a sandwich or something. That would be risky because then that should have just like an enormous amount of witnesses. But the fact that he's picked up so close to that restaurant, you got to think about that to a certain extent. I don't know what the Zodiac was doing. I don't know if it's going to solve the case to simply find out, well, he was eating a sandwich or watching a play prior to the Stine murder. I think the case is going to be solved in different ways.
And do you see a connection between Presidio Height and Donna Lass? Because she was living in the Presidio Height at the time, so
Druzer, you got to go first on this one so I can kind of like collect.
Well, I mean, it's possible. She did work in the Letterman Hospital, which was in the grounds of the Presidio, if I have that precise. But no, I mean that's a lot of speculation. Obviously, Lass wouldn't enter the Zodiac realm for a substantial period of time. I guess it hangs on a far out theory that somehow she saw him run through the park and he really took his time silencing her as a potential witness. So no, I don't think there's a relevance to it, other than when he prepared to write the Pines card, assuming that he didn't know anything about Donna Lass before the first article, was that he took in this information, which was right there in the newspaper, where she worked, at what time, when she moved away from San Francisco. They gave a lot of information that could have facilitated the content of the Pines card.
and I'm wonder in the same times, like she was living in the Presidio Height and the crime occurred on Presidio Height, if the police has questioned her about this night, about what she can have seen, or re- some remarks about something unusual, or is it possible that the police was going to everybody's house in the Presidio Height in this area and asking people if they have seen something strange or somebody strange, or is it possible, or it's too...
It's possible that they canvassed the area. It's possible that Donna Lass was amongst those canvassed, but I don't think so. And specifically having testimony from Donna Lass, I cannot imagine that they would hold that back. It would be almost a lock that that he was responsible for the crime. So I really don't think that happened.
And my honest take on the subject is something that people might not want to hear. I know this isn't the most exciting response, but this whole Donna Lass Presidio Heights connection is just speculation. Yeah, okay, she works at Letterman General Hospital. She works rather close to where Paul Stine was murdered. Then she moves to South Lake Tahoe in 1970, and she goes missing in September of that year. Okay, I see what people are trying to do, and I would not be surprised for a second if it turns out that Donna Lass was a Zodiac Killer victim. Oh, this theory that the Zodiac knew Donna Lass personally, even if he wasn't trying to silence a witness, he knew her personally and he targeted her because he had an infatuation with her. All speculation. There's insufficient evidence to support that. I mean, all I see is that Donna Lass worked close to where one of the victims was murdered, and then she moved to South Lake Tahoe and she became a victim herself. That's all we have to go on. Anything else is guesswork. Boring answer,
Yeah,
but that's what it is.
I agree. And if I ask this question, it's to see if we can connect the dot or not. We just to doing that. We have another question here. As an estimate, who period evidence in the public domain and what has been held back? Ooh,
Well, it's more guesswork. I don't think that they would hold back evidence that would empower the community to help identify him. Like if they knew something about his demographics that hasn't been revealed. I think they would let us know, like if they knew that he was working in this trade or that trade, or they had. They released a lot of information. More information has come out about this case than I won't speculate. I've never seen so much information come out about a cold case. So I think at least in the late 90s they were really looking for help.
All right, my answer to this one is I think that a very, very high amount of the paper trail is available to people, the documents, not all of them. Even Tom Boyd said there's this, it's unfair to say that the entirety of the case files have been made available to the public, or every scrap of paper that law enforcement commented on is available to the public. Yeah, things like that are held back. Now, I might say something that 75% of the valuable evidence, in my estimation, has been made available. I really do think that law enforcement would be holding things back. Do they have a clearer sample of DNA that not even Tom Voigt knows about? They would hold that back. Fingerprints that we might not know about, or perhaps palm prints and other hair
Or
samples.
other letter, yeah, maybe.
Oh, another letter? See, that would be something where I would question. Like, I would try to turn to Druzer's statement on that. Would they have a reason to hold back another letter and just not share the text of it to the public?
They're saying that they have, or they're telling Tom that they have 3 correspondences, all relating to Sacramento.
Yeah.
They don't give us the dates.
Okay.
They've given us a little bit of the content. But my question regarding that is how the authentication was done and how certain they are. My guess is that it's just handwriting.
Yeah, but handwriting and in '69 was checked by Sherwood Morrill, and we know today that Sherwood Morrill was wrong for a lot of things. So
I don't know that we know that. We suspect that. There's some darn good arguments that he was wrong on a few things.
Yeah. Yeah, true.
But we also need to check his what level of certainty he conveyed with some of these correspondences, like the Bates letters.
Yeah.
I don't think it was just a straight 100%. I think it was more like this lettering is consistent. And when you only have, I don't know how many actual characters were written on those correspondences, but what, 12 letters?
Bates had to die. There will be more. Z, you mean?
Yeah, math is not my strong suit, but that doesn't sound like a lot to go on.
I don't know the exact percentages about, like, you mean, like, is this a 99% match or a 96% match, stuff like that. I don't know. I just
know that it wasn't reported that he spoke in those terms about. I mean, he was very, very confident about the Zodiac letters, the ones that reference Zodiac.
It is authenticated, and it's in the reports that he authenticated the Bates had to die letters, and even the desktop poem has also been authenticated by Morrill. And
and it looks good to me too. I mean, I think a lot of handwriting looks good that isn't his.
I'm so glad you brought that up, because, like, we started out talking about suspects, but to be just honest, I think multiple suspects have similarities in their handwriting. Let's even look at somebody like Don Cheney, who comes up all the time. I mean, he has some similarities to the handwriting. Hal Snook was a suspect that I thought highly of in the past, also has similar handwriting. And Jack Torrance even has similar handwriting, and I absolutely don't think that Jack Torrance was the Zodiac Killer. But I mean, I can see what people are talking about. And I also have to give credit to 2 gentlemen who deserve nothing but respect, Gary Stewart and Michael Wachsel. And they said that the reverend who conducted Earl Van Best's wedding, had similar handwriting. Yeah, it does when you look at that stuff side by side. Sorry.
Yeah. No, it's worth bringing up.
Yeah, but sadly they're frauds.
Yeah, it's sad for them because yeah, and but thinking that your father was the Zodiac, well, come on, you must have a big problem. Like,
Yeah, I think I threw us off track. All I wanted to say is I don't think we have 100% certainty that the 1978 letter and the Bates letters were
yeah,
not written by them. Probably not, but not guaranteed. Okay.
And I also want to be clear, I did not know about these three letters that pertain to Sacramento that are being withheld, so I'll admit that I didn't know that.
I have a question for you because you know how it works, and I don't. Uh, let's say that we have never heard, but let's say that's true, that the Zodiac had contacted Melvin Belli to represent him. But say, Melvin, if you represent me, for now, I want to stay anonymous because I don't want to give my identity, and I don't want that you go to the cops to to say that I am the Zodiac. There is something in the law we can say that Melvin Belli must respect his client will.
At some point, the name would have to come out if he was going to represent him. But had he come forward to Belli or Tarbox and wanted to pursue um, surrendering, I think he probably would be anonymous until um, a deal was presented or discussed, at least.
Yeah,
Now, it sounds like you're referring to attorney-client privilege, Jerome. Is that
yeah,
what you wanted to say?
excellent. Yeah,
Well,
exactly.
our good friend Robert Tarbox is the master of this. That so-and-so came into his office. He paid $50. That's right, Druzer. He paid $50 and said,
Mhm.
Mr. Tarbox, I'm the Zodiac Killer. I want you to represent me as a lawyer. And then he never returned. All the public knows is that he was a merchant marine, right? And this is another thing that Tom Voigt shared just in the comment section of Black Box Online Radio, that Tarbox still has a safety deposit box at one of the banks in San Francisco that has never been accessed. Is there
Wow,
something there?
that'd be cool.
Who knows? But
Yeah,
no, this is my understanding of attorney-client privilege, and I'm not a lawyer. We got to get some people in the chat who are. They cannot reveal anything until after the client has passed away, and the problem is that attorney-client privilege for lawyers is even more intense than it is for doctors. Like, they just can't use even if they think that it could exonerate somebody in another case, they aren't allowed to reveal it. So if the Zodiac isn't going to trial and his lawyer knows that he's the Zodiac, he wouldn't be able to say things. But Ray Grant talks about how he had this phone conversation with Melvin Belli way back when in the early 90s. And why would Melvin Belli be putting himself out there to a certain extent if he knew the identity of the Zodiac the whole time and was just toying with people? I don't think Belli would have done that to troll people in that particular context, because that's not the reputation that he wanted to develop. We're going to have other people who are going to do stuff like that, like Chael Sonnen in the DB Cooper case. I know who DB Cooper is, but I'm not going to tell you because I want you to ask me about it. I want to play a game with you. I don't think Melvin Belli would have done that. And that's purely based on what little I know about Melvin. Tarbox as well. Like, I don't think Robert Tarbox is lying about anything. Maybe somebody walked into his office and said that.
Mm-hmm.
But here's the problem. People confess to crap that they didn't do all the time. And we see this more in the DB Cooper case, where there are a quadzillion confessions. So-and-so said they were DB Cooper. And it can't be all of them. So that's where I stand.
Mm-hmm.
Belli, in my opinion, because I have follow and working on JFK, was representing Jack Ruby. And before the media, sometimes he was funny with the media, but not funny in the way funny. Funny in the sense, yeah, I'm going to play with you because I know some stuff that you are not allowed to know, and you see, And already at the time, in 1964, he was a little bit, I don't know the exact expression in English for that, but sometimes he was playing with the media, with what he was saying, what he was not really. You see what I mean?
Okay, I do want to jump in on that because playing games with the media is one thing. Knowing
Yeah,
the identity of the Zodiac Killer and just sitting on that
it's something
for
else.
35 years, I think that's a different thing. That's like at
Yeah.
a way higher level when he knows who the killer is the whole time and just wouldn't say anyone. I mean, do you guys think that those are on the same level?
No, no,
No,
no.
it's crazy to think that Melvin Belli knew who the Zodiac was and didn't say so. I mean, he may have had the name of someone who was calling himself Zodiac, which is not the same thing, and he would know
Or a
True.
that.
lawyer would think like that, just like that this person is
Yeah,
just saying that they're the Zodiac. I mean, how would they know just based on that?
Yeah.
yeah, it's yeah, we may never know.
Another question here. Ned, could you read it? Because I need to go to.
Certainly. From Melissa Tappa, does anyone know if the recording of the phone call to the Oklahoma radio station exists? Druzer, you want to go first?
I answered in the chat. The cops didn't bother to listen to it because the caller gave information that led them to believe that he was from the Oklahoma area. And so they didn't even bother to listen to it, and so it was discarded. And yes, that sucks.
That's ridiculous.
It is.
Now, let's look at this. Just because the Zodiac committed his crimes in San Francisco doesn't mean he couldn't have lived somewhere else. We even have somebody like Gareth Penn, right? What was it? He was at Fort Sill, Oklahoma, right? When he was in the military. And you can live in more than one state in your life, And even some guy like me who always says, coming to you from West Virginia, well, I mean, I lived in Maryland for 7 years as a kid, like 0 to 7, and I didn't move to West Virginia until later. You can have connections to more than one part of the country. The same with Belgium and Canada. And why would you dismiss that? Why would you dismiss someone just because they seem like they're familiar with Oklahoma? Ridiculous.
Yeah, and it was a couple of months after the Stine crime. There's no reason he couldn't have left town after that.
I don't get people.
I guess I'd say that it was at the height of Zodiac's fame in the media, and so they were absolutely deluged with tips. So
Trolling the cops, if only there was someone else we knew who liked to troll cops. Yeah, Leigh Allen. Yeah.
Well, I think Zap is saying this, in jest, and this is a little bit of satire. I think about 45% of the suspects would have enjoyed trolling the cops. I mean, I think Don Cheney would have enjoyed trolling the cops.
Oh, yeah.
Maybe to a certain extent, Lawrence Kane, because he was a real criminal. And, I mean, Lawrence Kane was a real-life criminal in many regards. But, Richard Gaikowski, how about him? Someone who's involved with a lot of 1960s counterculture. He'd be the type of person in his letters like pigs, blue meanies, and just opposition to the system and so on.
Gary Post, even I don't think.
Well, Gary Post was shot by a police officer accidentally when it was a mutual friend. Like they had a mutual friend, and the police officer tried to demonstrate unholstering his weapon, and he accidentally fired the gun, and it shot and hit Gary Post in the lung, and of course he survived from that. But it sounds like that is just the complete extent of the story, and I've heard it from several different people, and I didn't get anything else under the surface about that. But yeah, maybe he would troll the cops if he was still bothered by that. You're probably going to be bothered by that. That's all the info I have on that story.
Other question? I'm in the medical fields, and the risk that the Zodiac takes remind me of a patient with a TBI, traumatic brain injury. Have any of the suspect at TBI, traumatic brain injury? Yes.
I think Larry Kane had
Yeah.
some kind of injury like that. I didn't hear it described as a traumatic brain injury, but there was some sort of incident. You know what? I'm going to stop talking because I don't remember. Something about he had impulse control issues.
Yeah, but Druzer, I think you're completely right. Yes, that was
Mhm.
Larry Kane, and I would call that a traumatic brain injury. That it was like a temporal lobe injury that he had, or I mean, I should say that temporal lobe or frontal lobe. But Gary Post, whom we just mentioned, he
Yeah.
was also the one who had the traumatic brain injury after a car accident where it's he was involved in a car accident. I think he was driving under the influence and he was the driver. And he crashed his car when he was in the Air Force. And the passenger in the car died. And Gary Post had a big head injury. That's how he got the famous scar on his head that resembles the Presidio Heights composite sketch. And he spent about 2 weeks in the hospital. And when he got out of the hospital, the one of the military leaders had taken the car from the accident and placed it in front of the hospital, and there was a sign on it that said "Don't drink and drive." And when Gary Post walked out to exit the hospital, he saw that by design they was intended for him to see, and he just felt absolutely devastated. So there's emotional trauma partnered with brain trauma, and the punishment that Gary Post received for that was that he was actually deployed to Greenland and stationed in Greenland to be a radar technician because they more or less put him in no man's land because he had been under the influence, so that accident happened that caused somebody else's death. And that's how they tie into this whole thing about he's just looking at his radar screen and the wilderness and the open Greenland landscapes, looking at the radar screen that has the circle and the cross going through it over and over again all day long. And he's
Mhm.
getting so mad that wrinkles grew around that scar on his forehead, and then he became the Zodiac.
About Panzerella, I've asked his own son about his Parkinson's disease, how many times he was fighting against this Parkinson's disease, but he never answered me. So we don't know when it starts. We don't know why it starts, but he has Parkinson's disease. Who can make your member uh, um, how you call that, checking? Yeah,
Tremors.
you can check. You can have your hand checking or strange movement or something like this. But in the case of Panzerella, it was more static, don't moving at all when you see it. He was not like Michael G. Fox. You see, Michael J. Fox had a lot of issues when he need to talk and to just be there. It's not was the same kind of Parkinson that Panzerella has. So I'm I've always wondered when Brian Hartnell claimed that the guy who was the offender at Lake Berryessa, his hand was shaking. And not just at the beginning, his hand was shaking all the time. So I'm wonder if it's possible that already at the time Panzerella had is just to connect a dot or destroy the dot. It's just to know if it's possible that at the time Sandy Panzerella had already this issue with Parkinson, this Parkinson issue. I don't know. I've asked his own son, but he never answered me.
Now, Jerome, were you saying that you're looking at Sandy Panzerella as being the Lake Berryessa stabber?
I'm wonder I'm wonder if it was not the only time that he was really involved in a crime, because with the two first attack and the Polstan attack, there is no problem for me. It could be Don Cheney, but for the Lake Berryessa, the way that the modus operandi change, the way to killing change, the way that he's nervous, or maybe he has a problem with his health. And for the first time, he will start to talking with the people, as we know. So it looked like somebody nervous who want to talk with people to try to stay calm. And after doing the thing he does, plus it's the first time, as we know, that he's wearing his costume. And like Panzerella was really successful at, at the moment, I'm sure there is not like Don Cheney who don't care. He don't want to be recognized. So he's wearing his costume, and I'm sure he was wearing maybe a wig or something else that you cannot recognize him, because he was afraid to be caught for his murder. So I think it's something could be is possible, but likely, unlikely. I don't know. Maybe it was not him. It was maybe not Cheney. I don't know. But if I took my own theory and I put that like this, the two first crime was made by Don Cheney, and maybe Panzerella, for the first time of his life, want to do something by himself and say, Don, now it's my time. But I want to be sure that I will never be caught. So I need to have a costume. I need you to be the guy who will be the voyeur, and like this, if you see somebody watching at me, you tell me, or stuff like this. But it's just my my hypothesis.
Jerome, how tall was Sandy Panzarella?
Uh, he was tall. He was tall. I think he was more taller than 6 feet, but I'm not really sure.
Let's
Maybe
see if you can
six.
find the answer.
Yeah, to try to see if you find the answer. I think it was 6'2",
Sandy
6 feet two.
Panzarella.
I'm not really sure.
Well,
But
I've never seen anything about this. Now, you're the first person to ever raise this question to me. So,
yeah, I try to think differently. I try because I know that's a huge case, and a lot of brilliant minds have tried to solve this case. And I'm not like them. I'm not a brilliant cop or a brilliant researcher or a brilliant lawyer. No, I'm just me, and I try to do my best to try to understand this horrible stuff. And I like John Douglas he say, yeah, it's dangerous. It's not for everybody, but if you're able to do that, try to put yourself in the shoes of the killer. But it's maybe not for you, and it's dangerous to do that. So all the time I was, let's say, working or watching about a crime committed by the Zodiac, I was trying to go back in time in 1968, 1969, try to see what the ambience was at the time, and try to put myself in the shoes of the killer and see what was likely and unlikely for a deranged mind. And that's how I have created this theory about Cheney and Panzarella, and Ron Allen giving them some information about Lee. Like this, they can frame Lee, but not completely, because if it's framed completely, the police and the world will know who the Zodiac was, but it was not the idea. The idea was to create a persona, make him the boogeyman of San Francisco, and nobody will never figure out who it was. But certainly not that the police could point the finger on or Cheney or Panzerella. I think they've done everything to give the police just circumstantial evidence, and that's what we have with Leigh Allen. But maybe I'm completely wrong. It's somebody I've never heard of, or that's why I'm never pissed against somebody who will be completely disagree with me about my theory, because it's just a theory. And if I'm wrong, there is no problem. I'm just trying to thinking differently than other people who are way, way, way better than I.
Yeah,
Well, that's fair.
Yeah.
I mean, those are all fair points, and it's really good that you're admitting that you don't know everything 100%. And this is the stuff that I think Vincent does very well on his channel, New Cokes 2024, when he says that when people are sharing these ideas online the way that we are, it's really quite different than when someone has written not one book, but a series of books outlining their theory, because then when they are faced with contradictory information, it's less likely that they're going to take a step back and be like, okay, well, I was wrong about that. Now let me try and think in a different way. They've already put it in print for, thousands of people. They put their whole reputation on endorsing this theory in book format that they've been selling for X amount of years.
Yeah.
And I wouldn't fault it against anybody if they had written a book and then just been like, okay, I was wrong. But not everybody does that.
No.
And
yeah, if you're sticking with case evidence, there's certainly nothing to be ashamed of. Like there's indications that this person may have been involved, that person may have involved. I mean, that still remains.
And I accept completely to be wrong and to be challenged for everything. It doesn't piss me off at all. And plus, if somebody could prove me that I'm wrong, I'm happy, because I know something new.
Absolutely.
I know that I was wrong on that, so I'm happy. So when I'm wrong, I'm happy, and when I'm right, I'm happy. So I'm always happy.
Yeah, I think researchers do themselves a disservice by ignoring the work of those who have suspects they don't agree with.
Yeah.
All right,
One
Jerome,
of
is
the-
there anything else in the chat here that we have to respond to?
Yeah, we have Melissa here. I'll let you.
What are your thoughts of a classified cover-up? Information and witnesses state right-handed, yet police pursue left-handed. I believe he was right-handed, but wrote the Bates letter with his left hand.
But the Bates letter, the guy was identified by the police. So
Like everything, do we really know that now? I mean, I think he was, but
They didn't give a full disclosure. It
No.
would seem, or if they did, then they have no evidence. It's one of the
I
two.
think they say it couldn't be the Zodiac, but why, we don't know.
I think there's a full cover up. I don't. As in
No.
they know who the killer is and they just won't tell us, or couldn't get a conviction. I don't think there's any reason to believe that. I think they pursued a left-hander because he was somewhat ambidextrous, and the evidence apparently is not explicitly a right-hander.
all right, though, it sounds like, to get a point of clarity here, what they're asking about is, I mean, first, we have to go back to the Bates Had to Die letters. And, to the credit of Ray Grant and Tom Voigt, and Ray Grant made quite a lot of discussion about this on his YouTube channel and in his videos, saying that what seems like happened was that in 2016, somebody wrote a letter confessing to fabricating the Bates Had to Die letters from 1967, the loose leaf letters. And in 2021, Riverside PD made a statement that, yes, they determined that he was the person who wrote the letters. But all of the forensic material, like all the investigation, the entire investigation was just tracing back the connection between the 2016 letter and the 2021 statement that he was the hoaxer. Like all of the connections are made between the confession and the hoaxer. They simply took his word for it that he fabricated the 1967 letters. That's also what Tom Voigt shared, that they just accepted that this person claiming to be the hoaxer was indeed the hoaxer. Now, my immediate response when I read the statement from 2021, I was like, they're saying that the Bates Had to Die letters were a hoax. And then somebody, like Soren Korsgaard, even stated that, all right, I thought the Bates Had to Die letters were authentic. You can complain about the reporting of the press release all you want, but what they're trying to say is the Bates Had to Die letters were a hoax. Soren is someone who has a book out there, America's Jack the Ripper, and he is someone who is willing to change his mind and opinion. Fair enough. So are they saying that, I guess Melissa's saying that she thinks the Bates Had to Die letters were written left-handed and the other letters were written right-handed, like the Zodiac letters in the desktop poem? I got to throw that back to Druzer. I guess we've just added a couple points.
Yeah, I mean, all we have is, well, I guess we have a few things. We know that they didn't have DNA from the letters or the crime scene. So they couldn't take the 2016 anonymous confession and compare it to determine that for a fact that it was or wasn't him. If they did, it wouldn't have taken them 5 years to work that out, and they didn't say anything about that in the release. It really seems like they took the 2016 sample, ran it through genealogy, identified the person, and then spoke to the guy. They didn't tell us what they asked him or what his responses were. So surely it could have been him. I don't immediately assume that he was lying. They didn't give us anything forensically to go on. So I think it remains a mystery. And Ray had some really good speculative thoughts about how consistent they were with the Zodiac correspondences. I think that's legit, but it is speculation.
And to Ray's credit, I mean, this is actually not even to Ray's credit. This is almost a discredit to Riverside PD. If they didn't actually verify the guy's story, I would hope so, that they didn't just take his word for it. Yeah, I could admit to fabricating something. I could admit to committing some type of crime. And if they're just going to accept that I did it, some type of unsolved West Virginia mystery, yeah, that was me. Okay, all right, case closed. I mean, I would hope that they would have done a lot more than just take the guy's word for it.
Yeah.
Jerome, do we have anything else in the chat? Actually, I'm seeing loads of questions here.
Yeah, go ahead, because I don't see everything, because people don't put question before the question, so I don't see everything. But if you have seen question,
we just
go
had
ahead.
An interesting one. Actually, firstly, Fire Pixie says, check out Ned's channel, Black Box Online Radio. Thank you, Fire Pixie. You're amazing.
Absolutely.
But that's not the one that I really wanted to read. Okay, it's the one I really wanted to read, but there was one where somebody said, when was the last realistic Zodiac crime? And while I find that one, Druzer, when do you think was the last possible crime that realistically could have been the Zodiac Killer?
1986.
That was my answer. Wow, see, you're on the same page so much with everything.
April, yeah, late April, 2000 or 1986. We don't know enough about the crime to go too deeply into it. It certainly seemed senseless and not motivated by robbery or sex. He wrote a letter. It was the first letter that seemed to have a real chance of being authentic for at least 8 years. So could be.
And it was Ali Perry who asked, what is the last killing that could realistically be attributed to the Zodiac? Yeah, I was going to say the 1986 Sacramento freeway murders, because when I read Ali's question, I was trying to think, is there anything in the 90s that could possibly be Zodiac? And I'm like, nothing comes to mind. Nothing comes to mind other than John Cameron and David Gold. And we said realistically.
Yeah.
Now, as we know, the letters go on, and this would be one of my own questions for you guys. I know that Jerome follows the channel Hit the Road Jack, Finding the Zodiac, and they discussed one possible Zodiac letter from 2005 once. Druzer, have you ever heard of the 2005 finale letter?
I don't think so.
It's the only place that I've seen that. I was even Googling for it.
Yeah, me too. Yeah.
It's kind of like a bunch of words are kind of put together in a mash. They called it the finale letter. I'm going to have to go back and find that one. But those are the letters. We can talk about letters in 1990 and 2001 and maybe 2005. Crimes, 86 Sacramento freeway murders. Unless Jerome has something else.
No, I'm agree with you.
The 86 one is the only letter that seemed to reference an actual murder, which is one reason why I give it more consideration.
This question's for you, Jerome. Is there an update on those motorcycle gang patches?
Yes. About which patch it was?
The one that resembled the flying bee?
The big one is a real one, for sure. I have read a lot about this gang on internet, and at the time, it was not like the Hells Angels. Everybody can make his own patch on his leather. Additional patch to the Saturn slave patch on the back. So it's possible that one guy in the Saturn's slave moto MC had created by himself this patch. It's this 3-1E. And I think the first one at the left was maybe using at Lake Berryessa. It's just an idea, but it was maybe the cross circle that Brian Hartnell is talking about. The middle one, I'm wonder if it's not something related with music, like I was told you before, and the patch at the right is really he looked like really like the drawing that the Zodiac was made for a skeleton. So I think that the first one could be in relation with Lake Berryessa. The second one could be also true and reference to music. And the third one, I think it could be also true because it's look like what the Zodiac can draw on his card or on his stuff. But I've read that at the time, except the Saturn slave patch on the back, the members could add other patch to their letters.
But Jerome, the big question would be, do we know when that patch was made? The one that has the flying bee with the 4 dots? Because that is not only similar, it's 100% identical to the symbol used by the Zodiac Killer. Same shape. And if you're saying that that's just something that a biker made by himself, that's an enormous clue. That's an even bigger clue, because that would mean that this isn't some guy who just saw the Satan slaves driving by a few times or something like that. It's the Satan slave, right?
I think it is, because I have find the woman who have buy these patches, and she have find it on eBay. So she told me, I find this glasses with the Saturn slave patch with these 3 patches, And like my husband was a biker, he was in the area at the time. For him, it was a nice souvenir to have this stuff. And when he received it, he had recognized the Satan Slave patch directly, but the other one, he was, I don't remember this one, but at the time, we were allowed to put other patch on our sleeves. So yeah, that's maybe one member who had created that, and he was not saying, he was not thinking there was any problem with that, and he then didn't have made the connection with the Zodiac. It's her wife who have buy that on eBay, who have made the relation with the Zodiac when she have see that, but she have buy it on eBay in the glass like this, and she I think it was to a convention of the picture was taken to a convention of motorcycles cycle club, and so it's true. It was not made 2 years ago. It's something who really exists, and I've asked her. She known she if she know the person that sell it the glass, and she tell me yes, it's on my eBay sellers, so I can contact her or him to ask him more about the patches, and I have asked her to do it. But for now, I don't have received any information yet. But it looks like she told me that it was a real patch. And at the time, it was not something surprising because like they have just one patch to represent themselves as a club. The member could add any patch they want on their jacket. So
the question isn't whether it's a real patch; it's whether it was created before October 27th, 1970. And until I see some photographic evidence that it was, I'm not going to think about it anymore.
Well, right, because I completely appreciate everything that Jerome has just said. It's just that if it were something that was used widely by the gang, or it was something that an individual biker created for his own using, that's the same problem. Was it created before 1970, as Druzer said, on our specific date in question? Either one of those, still has the problem about, is this something that somebody looked at in retrospect and took from the Halloween card, or did this symbol exist prior to the Halloween card and was used by that biker? I really wish that were true, Jerome, that we could just be like, yeah, this biker made that patch himself because he was the Zodiac and he used his own personal symbol on the Halloween card. Case closed, stamp, move on, next mystery. But life's not that easy, right?
No, but I've also asked her to remove the patch from the glass, to take nice picture of the front and the back of each patch to see if there is any indication. So I hope she will send me that as soon as possible. She's watching the show. Please, miss, it's important. We need to know if there is additional information behind the patch or on the patch himself, or if you have any information about the patch you have buy, this glass with the patch you have buy, please reach out me and or Druzer or Ned, anybody, because it could be something. It could be something, maybe not.
All right, though. But Jerome, there was another question in the chat that I wanted to respond to. This one is actually one that was asked at the top of the last hour, and it was from Haynes Anthony that says, question, wasn't publishing the letters negotiating with a terrorist? And the answer to that, I believe, is yes. And this was my understanding of the events, that the reason why the FBI got involved with the Zodiac case to begin with was because the Vallejo Times-Herald alerted them to extortion charges because they're being put under pressure by a terrorist who says if they don't print what he wants, he's going to go on a kill rampage. And this is all the way back in the summer of 1969. Druzer, have you
Okay.
heard anything different?
No, that's exactly correct.
So, yes, publishing the letters was negotiating with a terrorist, but the newspapers didn't want to do it. Well, the Chronicle, who knows what they're doing? They're terrible people. I jest. But with the Vallejo Times-Herald, they got the FBI involved because of that very reason. They didn't want to, so they're just like, we're between a rock and a hard place. We're going to alert the authorities, and this is an extortion case.
Yeah, and they were the only ones who actually went front page with the cipher.
Yes. What page was it? Weren't you just talking about this once, Druzer? What page was it on the Chronicle where they put the Zodiac stuff?
I don't recall. 9, maybe.
Yes, like that's even something that he would think about when he says later on they buried me on the back page or something. Or no, he says I was disappointed to see that I didn't get front page coverage. And then later on he says the LA Times doesn't bury him on the back pages. That's what I think he's talking about. Still bitter.
Vegas. I always wonder what Zodiac thought about the Clint Eastwood movie Dirty Harry and wondered if he went to the movie to see it. In my opinion, yeah, he see it. Yeah.
I have something, but Druzer, do you want to go?
If he wrote to the papers about it, they didn't publish it
No.
or identify it without a shirt
Now the
piece.
question was,
Okay,
go ahead. No, the question was, did he go and see it? With this time frame, it's possible that the Zodiac might not have been able to do that. Maybe he was in jail for something else. Maybe he was in a mental institution. Maybe he was put on a ship and deployed somewhere because of some reason. I'm not 100% sure that he would have been able to see it because of those things. And they get brought up a lot with lots of suspects. Okay, maybe your suspect is Ted Kaczynski, and you think that he just wants to slowly start his breakaway from civilization so he's not going to movie theaters. I'm not 100% sure that the Zodiac saw that movie in the theater, but if he wasn't Ted Kaczynski and cutting himself off from civilization, mentally speaking, then he probably either saw it or knew about it.
Yeah, and they presented their Zodiac surrogate as a madman, a racist. He was crying and whining, and I don't think Zodiac would have appreciated it, and it's very possible that he saw it and chose not to comment.
Fair enough.
Yeah, because in the same time, he's funny with his statement about the movie. Remember The Exorcist? The Exorcist is the most satirical comedy I've ever seen. It's not a comedy, come on. And do you know that in The Exorcist, in the movie, there is a killer?
Yeah.
You know that? Yeah.
It's
Yeah,
been
it's weird.
like
A guy
18
in
years
the
since I've seen The Exorcist.
a guy in the
Like 16
hospital.
or 6 people, I think. That
Yeah.
guy, I don't remember his name.
Yeah, he was playing a role, but he was playing his own role because the staff of the movie one real doctor. So they one real doctor with real people working in hospital, and there was the chief doctor and his assistant, who make some I don't remember the word. He made some stuff to Reagan. Take the some. Well, it will come back, but he's with Reagan, and we see him in the movie. And after the movie, the chief, of the hospital, of this section of the hospital, had learned that this guy was a killer and he had killed 6, and he was playing in The Exorcist. So at the time, I don't know if it was known at the time, but I don't think so. I think it was recently that we have figured out what's going on with this guy. But yeah, there was a killer, a real killer in The Exorcist who have killed at least 6 people. Yeah, which is weird when you read Zodiac and you say it's the best satirical comedy I have ever seen. What is funny in The Exorcist? I don't know. That the killer was on screen and he knew it. I don't know.
Well, there are a couple of things about that, though. But first, we had one here from Chris Rhodes that says something about Ned's fan behind him. I wonder how fast Ned's fan is moving. Is that making a problem for you guys, the fan that is behind me?
No.
Okay. All right. Just but yes, the fan is on. If anybody in the chat is bothered by it, I'll turn it off. But to answer Jerome's question,
I don't hear anything.
Okay, great. You're asking what's funny about The Exorcist. I mean, this is twisted Zodiac humor, and I think what the Zodiac is trying to say is that The Exorcist is making a mockery of, like, religion, for example. The Exorcist is also one that is very unconventional, and I don't know about you guys. When I saw The Exorcist for the first time, I was not scared at all. I was just like, what? Really? You're trying to scare me with that? What? Some girl is yelling out curse words, your mother sucks cocks in hell. I'm not afraid of that. I'm laughing at that. You guys are laughing too, right? It's the best satirical comedy ever.
I wasn't laughing as a child.
No, when I was a child, no.
I was either 14 or 15 when I saw that. I think I was 15 when I saw The Exorcist. I was like, what?
I was 5.
Nope. Different experience. But I do know that young people do tend to laugh at it now, and I feel embarrassed because I get them worked up. My nieces and so forth. I say, this is a real horror movie, but yeah, it doesn't have the same effect today.
No. In the horror movie along the decade, the gore, the blood, everything was higher and higher and higher and higher, and now they are laughing to Alfred Hitchcock films like Psycho, like The Bird, like The Exorcist. They don't find that is horrifying, but when I was 5, for me, The Exorcist was creepy.
Yeah. All right, what's next?
Ned.
Oh, you want me to choose one from the chat here?
Yeah.
Okay, we have one from Chris Rhodes. It says, question, what does the panel believe is the reason for the Zodiac using the word one in prominent locations? That's just the first question that I happen to see. Crap. I totally gonna admit I don't understand this one. Do you have anything, Druzer? I can find another question.
Using the word one in prominent locations on the letters. I'm not sure what that means.
The word
okay,
one?
we'll get another question. All right. Let's see. There were loads of questions about 30 minutes ago, so I'll scroll up. And also, if there's anything that you guys want, you can put them in the comment section down below. As always, please like and subscribe. And we do this panel discussion show once a week here on Jerome's channel, Mysteries with Mr. Belgique. You can also check out some of the interviews that we've done, also with Jerry Buting from Making a Murderer. And of course, we did one on the Freeway Phantom this weekend. Now, we have one from Melissa. Do you think there is a significance between Ray Davis and Paul Stine? And I have loads to say about this, but I'll give this to Druzer.
No. Carry on. It's interesting, but no.
I love when you do that. I love when you do that.
Okay, so I think there are lots of similarities
Yeah, me
between
too.
the
Yeah.
murder of Ray Davis in 1962 and Paul Stine in 1969. I first learned about the murder of Ray Davis because of the Zodiac Killer channel. We were recording the first documentary, Obsession into Darkness, and I just had this script and I was reading it through, and I'm like, hey, wow, this is some big stuff. I've never heard of this crime before, the murder of Ray Davis. And it was still, this is years ago, so it was still around the time when Ray Davis was just becoming more or less introduced to the Zodiac Killer discussions. And I had to note all of these similarities, the threats, and the attacking the taxi driver, and then the phone call similarities. But overall, I just think that all of the things that people zone in on for Ray Davis equally could be differences. And the Zodiac Killer, did not make phone calls prior to announcing his crimes. He also didn't um, move the bodies and discard them, especially not near the houses of politicians. And the Zodiac didn't steal the cars, maybe with Kathleen Johns, but I don't think that happened either. I say the differences um, outweigh the similarities. Now, I know that some people are going to say, well, even if there was something about how he didn't commit the crime, was he reading the papers and inspired by it? Perhaps, but I also think that a bigger answer for this one would simply just be that the Zodiac murdered Paul Stine, a taxi driver, because of convenience, because he could get him to a specific location, because he maybe wanted to prove that he could kill men, but I don't necessarily think that's what it was. I think that he wanted to do something that was different, that would also surprise people and confuse people. They think he's going to go after a couple parked in a car in a lover's lane. No, he's going to get a taxi driver to drive him somewhere in Presidio Heights. And as Druzer said in the chat, right, you think that he had a vehicle stationed nearby? And somebody else was asking, all right, I can see that. So do you think he has his vehicle near Presidio Heights? He gets on a bus or in another taxi, goes to Mason and Geary, then gets in Paul Stine's taxi, commits the murder, does his little kind of twisted walking about so he's not traced, gets into his car, and then he drives. I think he could have driven very easily over the bridge towards Sausalito, disappearing. So I think that the Stine murder was committed for convenience as opposed to paying homage to Ray Davis.
And I think your response there was absolutely perfect. I agree with everything you just said.
Nobody's perfect, Druzer, but who am I to judge?
No, it's great. It's great. Me, I think the same, but I think his accomplice was in the car. So he drive him to this location, and after he was waiting for him on another location. But it's just my assumption because and again, I cannot prove it, but I'm wonder if Ned is freezing. I'm wonder, and it's again an hypothesis, and I don't have material to prove to say what I say, but I'm wonder if the attack was not filmed by the voyeur. So in this case, Panzerella. I'm wonder if it's possible that the Zodiac, so Don Cheney and Panzerella want to keep something visual from the crime, and it's maybe why they are able 6 months later to remember so well some details because they have the film. So
Oh, don't mind
so
me. I was waving hi to Charlie. Keep talking.
so I'm wonder if it was not made in the same times to create some personal snuff movie. And but I don't have the proof about that, but it's something I don't know. It's always in my guts when I talking about the Zodiac Killer, and there is so much clever people. There is so much people better than I who have tried to find a solution to this to those crime and to this case, and never figure out. So I really try to think differently. And I think what I say today, I don't think anybody else had never made this kind of statement. I never heard uh, stuff about that, but maybe I've watched two movies. I don't know.
It has been proposed that it was filmed, but there's
Ah,
no evidence. There was no like
oh no, no, no.
iPod impressions. There was no extra set of footprints they identified, and I don't know if you have ever held a Bolex or like a film 16 millimeter film camera from 1969,
No.
300-400 yards away, but I I don't think that it's reasonable.
No, but you see, for the first attack, he was not at 200 or 300 yards. He was in the car.
My
And
mistake. I thought you were talking about Lake Berryessa.
no, 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 no. I was thinking the tree attack. And for Lake Berryessa, I don't have a clue about that. I think there was this stuff that Panzerella was filming for his own, for him and Cheney. And I think that at Lake Berryessa, they have switched. But Don Cheney was not filming. But I think they've switched. The killer, the voyeur has become the killer, and the killer has become the voyeur for only for this time. And after, I think Panzerella was waiting on Maple Street. Cheney was on Cherry Street. Cheney killed Paul Stine, and I think to the other from the other block, I think Panzerella was filming. But it's just an assumption. An assumption. I have no proof to say what I think. It's just something who is maybe possible, maybe likely, maybe unlikely. I don't know, but that's something who is always in my brain.
He'd be filming in darkness in in the parking lots.
It- Yeah, but
It's
remember,
possible. I'll give you
remember
the possible, Jerome.
the Zodiac have a flashlight, so
That's true. That's true.
so he can illuminate what his spell is filming. So that's why. That's maybe why he need to have a flashlight, because in real, if
If it was a pencil flashlight, it wouldn't do the trick. Not to expose film in 1969.
yeah, yeah,
But nonetheless, I'll give you it. It's possible.
yeah, it's possible, but to prove that, it will be hard. Or if we find a movie. Question: when will Jerome and Ned play a guitar duet for us and of the show tonight? Maybe. We will see. If you
I
are
will.
nice.
But Jerome is so much more advanced than I am. It wouldn't really work out too well. You want to hear Twinkle Twinkle Little Star or something? That maybe we can do that one.
I don't know if I have a triangle, but I could join in.
Ding dong.
The triangle, really good. Question here was Gaikowski the Zodiac. I think it has to be him.
You know, this is really good because we said we were going to start out the episode by talking about suspects.
Yeah,
and
yeah.
we made it to Arthur Leigh Allen, and that was about it. So,
Yeah, I know.
1 hour and 54 minutes, we can go to the second suspect we're going to be talking about, was Richard Gaikowski, the Zodiac. Druzer, would you want to begin with this one, or?
I don't think too highly of him as a suspect, but he's certainly not someone who's been ruled out in any legitimate way. I look for the suspects that I think are more interesting are ones that have a violent past, and Gaikowski was said to have sexually assaulted at least one woman. So that counts for me. But
I was
I'm
just
not
going to
too
say that. So yes.
yeah, I'm not too high up on him, but Tom and so many people have done great work. It's all interesting. You'll certainly learn a lot about the case and about San Francisco uh, by looking into him.
All right.
Yeah,
So as far as
same.
Gaikowski goes, a lot of what we learned about Gaikowski came from the informant known as Goldcatcher, aka Blaine Blaine. The late Blaine Blaine, rest in peace to him. No disrespect, but I also don't think that Blaine was very credible. I think that he perhaps got confused. And when you would read his posts and writing, they were very mangled. Like the language is very distorted sometimes. I'm not 100% sure that everything he said about Geik was 100% accurate. We also have to bear in mind that a lot of people compose very similar narratives. I know who the Zodiac is. Let me just kind of like write some rambling diatribe about how and why they obtained this information. And I'm not completely convinced that he knew what he was talking about with everything. Although Tom Voigt, to his credit, said that Blaine's stories weren't just stories, that he has verified things over the years. And,
Hmm.
I tend not to doubt someone when they say something like that, especially not someone like Tom Voigt who's put himself out there. But as far as the claims against Gaikowski, one of the big ones is that the Zodiac was somebody who was extremely pro counterculture, who was extremely almost even pro hippie movement, or would at the very least be surrounded by 60s counterculture individuals and hippies. I don't necessarily know if that was true. And I think a lot of the interpretations of the evidence that say that, okay, well, this is the Zodiac being pro 1960s counterculture are far out, and they don't make a whole lot of sense to me, such as the Zodiac writing in the Z13 cipher letter about the Park Station bombing. It just wouldn't do to move in on someone else's territory. That's a
Yeah.
reference to the Weather Underground, because meaning the Zodiac was involved with the counterculture. He knew the Weather Underground committed that bombing, so he's distancing himself from that because he knew who the real killer was. That's a bunch of assumptions, if you ask me. Now, as far as Geik's mental state, Geik was a schizophrenic, a homosexual, and a heavy drug user. I don't believe the Zodiac was any of those things. I think the Zodiac was deranged, but not schizophrenic. I think he was a heterosexual male, and those are my interpretive statements. And as far as being a heavy drug user goes, everything I'm saying about the Zodiac is that he is mostly in control of his mental faculties. If he was high on something the whole time, I think we would see different things in the letters, as well as very different activities in the crimes. So those are my takes on Geik. But
I'll add this. I think that one thing the idea of Geik being Zodiac has going for it is similarly to Arthur Leigh Allen, is just as so much has come out about Allen since Don Cheney that seems to point in Allen's direction. There was so much that came out after Blaine made his accusation that there's a lot to consider, and both suspects should be evaluated beyond their initial accusers.
I agree.
okay, yes. Now let's say some points in favor of Geik being the Zodiac killer. Number one, Geik was someone who really understood the newspaper business. He would have known how to write letters to a newspaper to get the attention the from the papers and have them printed in a certain way. He knew that they would respond to him in that regards. Now, there is a story that I heard from Tom Voigt for an episode that I did on Richard Gaikowski that Ken Narlow was a big proponent of the Geik theory, and that Ken Narlow even stated that he could place Gaikowski in Darlene Ferrin's home a month prior to her murder. And this is the foundation of the theory that Geik is a suspicious man in her life. And also, Geik and Darlene have the Albany connection, that they're reportedly both living in Albany at the same time, living in California at the same time, going across the country. So he may have had a personal connection to one of the Zodiac Killer victims. He may have also had direct contact with her. And this would be, if there's some type of interaction with Darlene that triggered him, this would go from simply being a criminal to create the creation of a persona. I completely follow that narrative. The problem is, did that actually happen? Or is that just a story?
Yeah,
True.
I don't think he's like totally the wrong type, but I do think that he cared about people, and I don't think Zodiac did. Tom puts a lot of stock in the pro-violence that Geik seemed to support, but for me, it seems clear that Geik was about injustice, and I don't think Zodiac cared a lick about society.
Here are some additional points. Geik was age appropriate. He was 33 years old in 1969. He also had the hair type that's reported by the Zodiac, where he had like those waves in his hair, as well as having dark colored hair that maybe he cut off or dyed blonde. He had, I guess you'd say, reasonably the body type that's similar to what you see from some of the other witness descriptions. Geik was 5 feet 10 inches tall, right? Was he 5'10" or 5'11"? Thereabouts.
He was 5'11", but that's in the range.
Right.
He was stocky like Zodiac.
Yes.
People say fat, but Zodiac wasn't really described as fat.
No.
Certainly not by the standards that we have today in North America. So I'd give him a pass in terms of appearance and body type, personality to a large extent, spelling maybe.
Something I
Andrew
want-
W. Visit here says Geik was 5 feet 11 inches tall. Right.
Yep.
That would make complete sense with the witness description. Some guy like Mike Mageau sitting down at Blue Rock Springs looking up at somebody blinded with a flashlight. I don't know, 5'8". Cecilia Shepard saying the Zodiac wearing a costume. Well, he's 2 inches taller than a 5'10" person, 6 feet tall. That would make sense. 5 feet 11, wearing the Lake Berryessa hood. Also, Geik would not have been wearing wigs in that situation because, he very clearly had a full head of hair. I think up until the end, I mean, even the photos of him from his later life, he had a full head of hair. He had cancer in the 2000s, so I don't know if he lost his hair for that. No, not that matters, but in 1969, he definitely wouldn't have needed a wig.
Like so many of these persons of interest, we don't have a photo from the relevant time period. At some time, Geik had a long beard and long hair, but we don't know.
Mike Rodelli asked me that once. He's like, "Have you ever seen that photo of Geik where he was like had the full beard? Was that in 1969?" I was like, "No, I haven't seen that. If that photo existed or something, that would be a game changer."
Photo exists, we just don't know when it was from, or maybe we do know when it's from, but it was not during the relevant period.
Well, that's what I mean. Like, if you had some date on that says October 12th, 1969, that would be a game changer. People might miss a few things, but they wouldn't miss a giant brown beard across somebody's face at Presidio Heights.
Agreed.
But we do have to point out this one thing from Zap here in the chat, who says Geik was in Ireland for the first Zodiac attack. Was he? This is something that is simply it's simply a belief on the internet. On Geik's passport application, he was expecting to leave on, was it November 1st and return on December 1st, estimated duration of journey 1 month. And there's, this news article that says something in January of 69 that Richard Gaikowski has been on the scene reporting, but that says nothing about the dates that he actually arrived and left in Ireland and Northern Ireland.
Yeah, the suspicion. I mean, it's a really interesting chapter because there's evidence that he had plagiarized significantly for that article, and that a lot of the things he said were just not true. So it is certainly conceivable that he did not attend the riots as as reported, and that makes the whole exchange very, very suspicious. If you ask me, he went to Ireland. He did a terrible report and wasn't the Zodiac. But I would definitely not say that it's confirmed. Even if he could have been in Venetia in 1968 and Ireland in when the January article came out. So that's not proof or of anything really.
Right. So my honest take is I don't know Geik's travel dates. I don't know when he arrived and when he left Ireland. But I also want to say that we might never know, because we were just talking about this on the DB Cooper episode on Cooper Friday. The records of plane ticket purchases have not been recorded and archived back to 1969 or 71. They aren't archived past the 1980s. So I don't think there's any way we can verify that unless somebody finds like the tickets or something, but that doesn't even prove it.
These mysteries are so frustrating that I think we look for a way that we can just dismiss the entire narrative, but I don't think it exists for Geik.
I wouldn't be shocked at all if Geik were the Zodiac. Single killer theory, and it was Gaikowski. And I also have to give credit to say that Geik had that type of curiosity about different subjects. You know, he would even do this in the 1980s. He was self-taught in computers, and he would seem like the person who would acquire different types of knowledge. And to the credit of Jeremy Berthium, author of So I See You Don't Paint Houses, people ask this question all the time. Did Geik have the type of brain where he would be learning about math and talking about radians and angles? And he says yes. He pulled up an article from Geik's newspaper, The Good Times, where it shows Richard Gaikowski wrote out a binomial math problem. And, you know, he clearly seemed to have retained whatever he learned about math from school, or maybe he was somewhat of a person who was just really, really good at absorbing information from other sources. I think Geik was like that. I think his career in the newspaper business would be all about absorbing information. So I think he had the brain to be Zodiac. It's just the counterculture thing, though, is where I kind of draw the line.
I would like to come back just 5 seconds about one stuff we have talked about the Exorcist letter. Isn't it funny that somebody who believes in slave to have slave after his life to make mockery of the religion?
Say that again, Jerome?
Isn't it funny that somebody who believes that after his death he will have a slave in paradise, and in the same time he make mockery of the religion with the Exorcist letter? Isn't it funny?
Druzer, you want to go first?
Well, I don't think Zodiac believed that he would have slaves in the afterlife. And I don't think that he thought that his readers thought that he actually believed that.
Yeah.
I think that was
But
it seems clearly just part of the manic
persona.
character he was creating.
I agree with you, Drew, and I think that too. We don't think he was believe in that, but if he was believe in this kind of stuff, where it could be come from which religion? So
There's several.
I have
They mentioned in
the Egyptian
Philippines.
in the Philippines, yeah.
They mentioned that in the police reports. There's, I think, Native American.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm no expert, but I think it has come up a few times. I've seen some pretty decent citations.
And what's that one from Jared Kobeck, The Strange Ways of Man by E. Royston Pike, that talks about some type of South Pacific tribal belief? And I don't think that was a Filipino one. I think it's a different island in the South Pacific about a tribe that believes in slaves in paradise.
I'm not sure.
I mean, go ahead.
No, because we were talking about that, and I was remembering that Don Cheney, with all this his stuff, his tipi, his all this Indian stuff, was maybe something in relation. And what I learned about the son of Santa Panzarella is a painter. And what he's doing? Indians. Wow, really? Yeah, really. He's painting Indians and stuff of the magical spirit of the nature, and it's on Instagram. So I was, well, okay, it may be a coincidence again, okay. And after that, I've learned this week that the call was made in 1979 was coming from General Dynamics, and it was made by Sandy Panzarella. Everybody thinks that it was Don Cheney in 1970. No, it was made by Santo Panzarella. But it was to saying to the police, my friend think that one of his friends is the Zodiac Killer for this reason, this reason, this reason. And the police of Panama, I think it was, uh, don't believe him. So, and after Panzarella had again contact by himself Armstrong. And that's how Don Cheney enter in scene. But it's always Panzarella who have took the decision to call the police, which is strange. Why to go to see your boss to talking about that?
I don't think it's strange. I think it's strange that Don Cheney waited so long and then didn't
Yeah,
go to the police. He went to his friend slash boss with the story.
yeah, and plus, if we believe what Panzarella say, he knew actually Allen. Because he knew Ron Allen. They were living all together in 1962. They knew each other. So if your friend have a secret like this against somebody you didn't like, why waiting so long to come to your friend to explain what your old friend told you 2 3 years ago? I I don't understand, because he was a good friend with Panzarella, and he was good friend with Panzarella, and he's waiting 2 3 years after coming to Panzarella and saying, "Hey, do you remember Alan, Arthur Lee Allen? Yeah, the brother of Ron. Yeah, 3 years ago he told me that he was the Zodiac Killer and blah 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 blah." It's strange. You're
Okay,
right.
though, no. You asked a challenge question, and it was hypothetically if the Zodiac Killer did believe in his spiritual statement about slaves in paradise, why would he make a mockery of religion with the Exorcist letter? I think it's completely normal for people to make a mockery of a religion that they are not a part of, because say someone is a believer in one religion, they're going to make lots of comments about other religions in a negative light if they're not believers in those religions. So I don't think that that would
So he's no Catholic, because it's about the Catholic religion in the exorcist.
and you said hypothetically if he believed in his slaves in paradise spiritual scheme, then he could make a mockery of Catholicism because that's not his belief system. People
No,
do this a lot, with people of different spiritual backgrounds. My parents had different religions, and yes, they divorced. Was that part of it? Yes. And when I'm spending the weekend at his dad's house, rah rah this, his mom's house, rah rah that, about why the other person's religion is bad. They should never have had kids. I know that means I wouldn't exist, but yeesh, some people just. Mm. But
yeah, because
oh,
I was
I'm
thinking,
done. Topic.
if 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 he made mockery of the Catholic religion, and maybe it means that he's part of an other religion, but what region could fit with slave and paradise? And like to say, there is some culture who talk about that. I agree, but can you connect the dot between the suspect and an eventual religion?
Well, as I said, Jared Kobeck was proposing that Paul Doerr was a fan of the book The Strange Ways of Man by E. Royston Pike, and it's been a long time since I've read the Kobeck book, so I'm not sure exactly how he obtained that information. And Thomas Warren would like to tell us that Hal Snook was stationed in the Philippines, and he learned about the slaves in paradise religion in the Philippines, allegedly, and the Egyptian mythology one. A lot of us would learn about that, and even giving a shout out to Fred, who runs the Trading Post channel on YouTube. In his Zodiac series, he came to that conclusion completely independently. He's just reading the Zodiac letters and ciphers and saying, this guy's talking about slaves in paradise. I think he was inspired by the belief system of ancient Egypt. And, he's completely right in one regard, that that's why the Egyptians did the process of mummification,
Yeah.
because they thought that they're going to be reborn in an afterlife, and the pharaohs would take their slaves with them. And so anybody who had some basic familiarity, a high school education on ancient Egypt, which we get in America, would be somewhat aware of that. When they didn't spill it out just like that for us, but I mean, I see what he's talking about.
But Ned and Drew, the only one who can have slave in paradise was the pharaoh, the king.
Sure.
So maybe he considered himself as a king. As a king of
Sure.
what? I don't know. Maybe because he was really successful in something, he was considered himself as a king.
I have to give a shout out to Jacob, who sent this into the show The Bible Geek. This was back in 2021, and he sent me this thing for Black Box Online Radio that he contacted the program The Bible Geek, and the host of that one is a religious scholar, and he said that exact same thing, that he's like, hey, do you know any religions that talk about slaves in paradise, being reborn in paradise, and those you'll have slaves? And he said, this sounds like ancient Egypt, the belief of the pharaohs. I don't know much about this Zodiac Killer guy, but it sounds like he's trying to act like he's a pharaoh or a king or a boss or someone important. Yes, absolutely, that's been discussed.
But you have the famous Zodiac of Saqqara. The famous Zodiac of Saqqara. It's a special zodiac map who have 13 symbols. You have the 12. You have the 12 ones, and the 13 ones is the snake. The Ouroboros. The Ouroboros. Ouroboros.
You're gonna have to send me that later. I would love to see that, but I'm not familiar with that.
Yeah. Watch to the Zodiac of Saqqara. I'm going to send you some detail about that, and you have 13 sign, not 12, 13.
I would love to see.
Which is interesting, because plus the 12 signs you have in the normal zodiac, you have the 13 one, which is the snake. Who eat is the Ouroboros, the snake who eat his butt. You see?
Sure. But we have one here, though, in the chat from Cat Daddy Steve, who says,
yes?
Thomas Horan said this morning that he cracked the Stine murder. Cat Daddy Steve, Thomas Horan has been saying that for 4 years now, that he has cracked the Stine murder. He knows who the shooter of Paul Stine was. And I interviewed him in 2021 for the Zodiac Killer channel. And I'm like, hey, you have this new suspect you haven't revealed. Do you want to reveal this on the Zodiac Killer channel? That was 3 years ago, mind you. And he said, no, because, well, anyway, all I know about this person is that he's been discussed by Maury Terry in The Ultimate Evil, and that he has scars on his neck. Now, Druzer has debated Horan and has dealt with this firsthand, confronting him about this. Druzer, do you know the issue about the scars on the neck?
Yeah. There's on the sketch, the non-professional policeman who had some drawing ability put some lines here, and I don't think it was supposed to be part of the sketch. It wasn't reiterated from one version to another. There is no documented reason to believe that Zodiac had scars on his neck.
But I can connect the dots. I used to be a regular listener to Thomas Horan's program, the Stones Unturned podcast. I've also been a guest panelist on that show a couple times, and I had the opportunity to really follow along with this stuff, and also even some of the later things. But one day he pulled up the composite of the Stine murder suspect, the composite from Presidio Heights. I don't know what it was, whether it was the lights or the angle, but it just zoned in on the lines on the neck. And for some reason, that took center stage. And for some reason, they just looked bolder than normal. And he's like, hey, why isn't anybody talking about these scars on the suspect's neck? And there was just something that he saw on the spot because of the lights or the angle of his computer screen. And that sent him down this whole thing that the murderer of Paul Stine had scars on his neck. And to his credit, like the way he presented the photo, it looked like it, but I'm not really sure if there's any more depth to it than that.
Well, I'm not sure who this Horan person you're speaking of is, but Vincent?
He's my favorite Irish Jew.
Vincent, I noticed that there wasn't any scarring on the composites you just did. So you want to explain yourself?
I really messed up on that. Yeah, I forgot about them because none of the witnesses talked about that. So what had happened was I was drawing big problem. I also couldn't figure out where he got them. And so Warren, if we call, or what's his name? We call him, he'll have some information.
I have no information on this person.
All right. Well, hello, Vincent. Thank you for joining here. You're a bit frozen right now.
Oh, I think
must be cold in Southern California.
I'm not down.
Did
anyone see what
it's so cold in California?
Did you guys see the 408 Gaikowski thing?
Yes.
I think it's weird.
Sure.
It could be a coincidence, but sure.
Yes.
You know.
So it says GYKE in I think it's the third section to the Chronicle.
Yeah.
And that decodes to AUSE, as in because, so AUSE. And so that could be the key.
Yeah, interesting. I mean, I don't know what to make of that. I really don't. That's weird. That could be just a weird coincidence. But that's a big one. That's really weird sounding.
Indeed. It's a good bit.
Because it's very steganographical. Like it's hiding code within and maybe we're just being crazy.
Well, Vincent, there are a lot of other things out there like that. Like, how about Arthur Leigh Allen and the Z13, where it begins with AEN as 3 letters of the name Allen, and not to mention other letters that can also easily fit into a name like Arthur Leigh Allen. So I'm not even... These things exist with a lot of suspects. And, I mean, Drew Beeson talks about this all the time because he says he can find his name in the 408.
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't know. I mean, I have to see, like, how... Because I'm not a Gaikowski guy anyway, but that is a really weird... I mean, what are the odds of that? And it could be totally coincidental, but it's so weird. I mean,
being read is not a crime.
Thank you, Jerome.
We have a question here. Was Graysmith right about anything, or was he full of shit?
I would like to take this one first. Yes, he was right about a lot. Not everything Graysmith said was false.
Absolutely.
Does anyone know if that's Arthur Allen's student near the Presidio? Is this true?
I know nothing about that.
Okay, supposedly there's an apartment near the... What was it?
Go ahead.
Okay. Supposedly there's an apartment near the Presidio Heights crime scene that was Graysmith claims was rented out to someone who listed their name and occupation as Arthur Allen student. Now, if that's nonsense, then that could be nonsense. But if it's true, it's a little freaky.
Oh yes, I've heard that. I just have no idea if that's true or false. I mean,
if Allen was the Zodiac and he wanted a secret apartment by the Presidio, why would he use his real name or parts of his real name?
Yeah.
Bingo.
Yeah.
I don't discount Allen, of course, but that is far from the strangest coincidence in the case.
Yeah.
Right, Druzer, if you wanted to keep a low profile, would you get an apartment under the name Andrew Gray student? Aha, they'll never catch me now.
No.
Yeah.
I would get an apartment under Gray student.
Well, something like that. Create the version or something. Yes, use somebody else's name, Arthur Allen student.
The question
if you are in the CIA, you can have multiple identity. Yeah, it's easy to have.
My question about Graysmith is, did he have any access to police reports? Did he see anything more legitimate than Paul Avery's 1971 report?
Yeah. I believe
well,
so.
we
Yes.
discussed this on a previous panel, and I was under the impression that yes, he did, because of all of those claims that he makes where he did all those things with the police reports. And you simply said that you don't think he's telling the truth about that at all.
I don't, but I don't want to say that I know one way or the other. I find it hard to imagine that they would give an unknown author who hadn't even written a book before all the police reports to this case, which was not as cold then as it is now.
I mean, I guess that was one thing where maybe I accepted too much from him, because we said this on that one panel show that he says very clearly he's sitting, in a restaurant. The police officers are drinking coffee and they handed him the files and he was able to read them while they're having their conversations. I mean,
I never see that in my life, but
really thought twice about it. Maybe I should have. Why would they do that? Oh,
yeah.
I don't know. Because he's well, Horan would say it's because he's a newspaper guy and he just presented himself as working as the newspaper. But normally you don't get away with that. I mean, that's just the first thing that came to mind.
He wasn't even working with a newspaper when he started. He was younger than Vincent. You think they're going to hand over their murder reports to some cartoonist who was, and incidentally, he didn't have his job at the Chronicle because of plagiarism? I really just don't see any way that's going to happen.
Well, he would. Go ahead, Vincent.
Or something. Did the SFPD ever say, "Hey, that's a lie. This guy's lying. We didn't give him stuff"?
Not to my knowledge.
I feel like they would.
No.
I feel like
I don't know if he would or not.
I feel like a lot of them read his book and took misinformation as fact.
Yeah, and plus you need to embellish his book. You need to make stuff fits right, and you need to tell a nice story, a good story. And if you don't have some parts that you really need in a book, you can have a really excellent story. We will become a bestseller. So you need to do some stuff like this, and I have no reproach against Graysmith, but he's the godfather of the Zodiac. If he was not there, I'm sure we will not here today to talking about the Zodiac.
Yeah, I think he's definitely.
You have a question here, Ned?
Are there any other taxi murders outside of California in those years where the killer called the cops to say that he did it? Now, firstly, I would like to give credit to Sam Fisher in the chat, who says that there is one in Paradise, Pennsylvania. And now, Sam, if you're still here, I believe he's referring to the 1970 murder of John Leonard, and that is a taxi cab murder that's outside of California that has been entered into Zodiac circles and discussions. But I don't recall that the murderer of John Leonard made a phone call before or after. Like, do you guys know anything about that? I just remember that the person in John Leonard's cab shot him 4 times, I believe, and it was rather motiveless. It didn't seem like a robbery or anything like that, and that's all I've got.
Yeah, I certainly don't know of any other cab murders where the killer made any sort of contact with police or reporters. Of course, without an extortion type threat, I'm not sure that we would.
Or it happened, but that's something we don't know.
Well, that's because Zodiac didn't even call in the Stine murder. He didn't make a call after the Stine murder. He wrote the letter. So the Ray Davis case really stands out.
Question: does anyone know if Brian Hartnell has listened the Richard Gaikowski voice? I think
I don't see how that would have happened or when that would have happened.
And I also understand that Brian Hartnell made some type of statement that it's been just too long. He can't remember anymore, which is fair. I mean, 56 years later, someone you talked to one time, did he sound like that? But, I mean, they're sort of mean, did Brian Hartnell listen to the recording the way that Nancy Slover did and make a public statement? I know nothing about that if he did.
It's funny how much it's like really a bunch of simple questions. Like, do we ever have the surviving witness listen to one of the stuff, like a pretty decent stuff, like recognition? Like, why has that not been looked at? Why don't we know why there was an Arthur Allen student? Like, some of these questions, because people have been looking at some weird angles, and it's like, what about this? What about these fingerprints over here?
The list is endless, I think, is the answer. There's so many nooks and crannies to examine, and we don't know what's important. So we're trying to look at all of them, and police have to, investigators have to prioritize how they're going to spend their time. Unlike us.
Well, Nancy Slover said that it was a close thing, I think.
40 years later.
Yeah.
Sam, I think the Scorpion ciphers were not Zodiac for a couple of reasons. Now, of course, we haven't solved them. We only have 2 of 5. But the best leads to their decryption seems to be like a period 16 shift. There's some pretty good observations about that. It seems the person, not necessarily a man, used so many symbols that it is undoubtedly more complicated than Zodiac ever attempted. And the symbols themselves are so intricate, as opposed to the as simple as possible symbols that the Zodiac used, which were mostly letters, and the shapes could not be more basic. The FBI don't think it was Zodiac, although at the time they had ruled out a diagonal transposition to the 340s, so what the hell do they know? I don't know. Certainly worth looking at. I know Richard has written about it.
Right, and I just had the opportunity to ask David Orenchak this, what he thought about the Scorpion ciphers, and he zoned in on a very big thing that Druzer just said. He thought that if something that would go against it would be too many symbols. The variance in symbols is just different because the Scorpion ciphers contain way more symbols, and I've even noticed what Druzer said about how they are more intricate symbols, like filling in a circle, shading like 2 different quadrants and so on. Yeah, the Zodiac might do like a half circle or something like that, but it's just more. And let alone they're sloppier. I mean, sloppier, but with more complicated symbols. That's just another strike against being Zodiac. Maybe if they were more pristine and more elegant, then you might have something there. But why would you devolve yet make it harder to solve? And that seems like somebody who's just messing around. Maybe someone with a little bit of Zodiac flavor.
definitely Zodiac was an influence on whoever wrote them. The symbols are direct, but he did such a good job drawing the scorpions on the letters, and I don't think we saw anything from Zodiac that exhibits that level of competence with a pencil.
Druzer, do you think the author of the Scorpion ciphers wanted them to be solved?
Yeah, and I don't think they knew enough about the realities of not only cryptography, but the realities of how much time anyone was going to spend looking at them without any proof whatsoever of a crime. When Zodiac did his ciphers, he had first proved that he was a killer, and therefore they took him seriously.
Well, he did mail them to John Walsh. That's one way to get attention.
And that's probably, I think if they ever were decrypted, it would probably be some half-cocked theory about who killed poor Adam.
I hope not.
Drew, I had to remind you to talk about Diane Walker.
Yes. Dehan Walker has just started a YouTube channel, and it's going to be committed to, it seems, it's going to be committed to his project of painstakingly remastering the FBI files and explaining how they should be read and interpreted, like the nomenclature. And he just put out his first video yesterday. It's fantastic. His channel is called Dehan Walker, and you should all check it out. It's going to be great.
Absolutely.
If
you have the address of the channel, you can put it in the chat. For,
I don't, but just type in Dehan Walker Zodiac and it'll pop up.
Okay.
What are you doing there, Vincent?
This is for later, but I'm building now investigation of the Zodiac Killer file.
Vincent, yes. What was Megaport? I was watching one of your videos when you said, like, what did you call him, the Megaport Killer?
Yeah, my fiance called him Megaport because he was a fat guy in the pictures I was.
Megaport, like portly?
Yeah. I also guys
okay
gallery here. I did contrast to sort of piling the reports to get something from all of them, and it's on the weight, how that might open up.
I think he's just putting you solo so we could see your work a little better.
Okay, so this is in contrast to Horan's hypothesis of this case, upon compilation of these details, and then the color coding here is yellow is Mike Mageau, blue is Brian Hartnell, orange is Donald Falk, pink is the Robbins Kids. Did I not highlight Shepard? Oh, green is Shepard. And then this is, can we use the Lake Berryessa boot prints to derive the Zodiac's height? Short answer, no. And then can we use Zodiac's weight to estimate his height? And the weight is from the Berryessa boot prints. So, and then the verbal descriptions of what he kind of looked like. Because in my opinion, if he's 5'8" and 230 pounds, he's going to be a pretty fat guy. If he's 6 feet tall or 5'11" or something, then he's not going to be quite so fat, but he'll be kind of stocky and large. He'll kind of dive into it. If that.
Yeah, you're getting into the reports and the witness statements, and on the face of them, there's a lot of discrepancy. As well, there should be. The fact is, we just don't have enough witness statements or beautiful sketches to truly evaluate. If someone, like, especially, I was going to say especially with height, every single witness was at an extreme disadvantage in multiple ways to make that determination. I think that if something happened with DNA and boom, we know who Zodiac is. If he was 5'6" or 6'2", that's where the cookie crumbles. We go into the next case with more trepidation, looking at witness statements.
What do you think about the boot print?
I have something very big for you on that, Vincent. Are you asking, can you use the boot prints to determine height and determine weight?
Well, at first, weight accurate, because if the boot print gave us an idea of the weight, then we might be able to say, based on what does a man 5'9" and 230 pounds look like, what does a man 5'11"
Well,
stocky?
I just have a very... Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off. I think there's a little bit of a lag, so thought you were done. I mean, you're talking about this on your channel, and I'm 5 feet 8 inches tall. I wear a size 10.5 shoe. The highest I've ever weighed in is 210, and I don't think that any of my biometrics looks any different than when I did weighing in at 190. And I really don't think if someone was 5 feet 8 inches tall and 230 pounds that they would look that fat. And there's also weight distribution. Some people don't show their weight in their face. Like you watch My 600-Pound Life, some people don't get fat in the face, and some people do extremely. So I don't really think we can determine weight simply by looking at, or not weight, height, by looking at the footprints and the boot prints, as well as knowing that somebody would be overly fat for being 200 to 240 pounds. They might not appear that way.
Yeah, the compaction test just does not stand up to scientific scrutiny, I think, to say the least. And people do carry their weight differently. Like if you saw a full body shot of me without my stomach, you'd say, "Hey, he looks like he's in good shape." But you see me in profile, I look pregnant. It's things can be deceiving.
Same here. It'll happen to you too, Vincent. Don't worry.
Indeed. The thing that I think the descriptions of his stomach tells us is that he was probably over 25. It just happens.
Because when I was 23 years old, I weighed in at 145 pounds. Then life happened. Then you start weighing in at 210 one day. You're like, when did that happen? Oh, yeah, 10 years ago.
Yeah.
What I found I was going over the Blue Rock Springs police report last night, and I actually kind of like Majo more than I did before, because if I just look at those pieces of information from that report, the only thing that's really kind of bad is his 5'8", I think, because it kind of contradicts the other things. And I like Cecilia Shepard's observation best. She had a known reference point, 5'10". She said he's a little taller than that. So that, at least for estimations, that's the most scientific that we do have. It's got an experiment behind it, etc. But Majo is really not that bad. I thought, later on his stories got ridiculous.
Mm-hmm.
That he was on that pavement for 4 hours. I was like, there's no chance that you were on the pavement for 4 hours.
No.
He also uses some dry wit in his 2007 descriptions. He's not saying that, he thought the car could have been a Cadillac. He's just stressing the point that it was an impression he got. He thought it was this kind of car, but it could have been a Cadillac for as poor a look as he actually got.
I have one statement about the 2007 documentary, and that is that when I did my response to Forrest Haggerty's Zodiac series, he's a YouTuber. He starts out talking to the audience. Hey guys, I made this whole video for you, and I just want to let you know that I was watching this documentary called This is the Zodiac Speaking, and I've already made the whole thing, so I just want to give some corrections. There are all these stories from Mike Majo about this happened, that happened, and this is, and he's like, okay, turns out that those things aren't consistent with the police reports. Allow me to correct the record. I think that tells you everything that you need to know, that Mike Majo's version of events might be way more accurate in 1969 than whatever he was saying in 2007. And, he's not in line with the reports at that point.
Yeah, I mean, Majo said 5'8", Robbins said 5'9", Falk said 5'5", 5'10". Of course, he also said 6 foot. Hartnell said 5'8" to 6'2", but like Migeot in later years, he was trying to stress that he had no idea. He's 6'7" himself. He's on the ground for most of it. He's on uneven terrain. It would be the last thing on his mind. Basically, when he gave his height description, I think he was saying, don't look to me to determine how tall he was.
Yeah, and plus it depends where the witness watch, because if you are on your knees and the perpetrator is there, you will see a big silhouette just in front of you. But if you are to the other side of the road in your chamber and you see the perpetrator like this in the back, you will see in a other perspective. So it depends the perspective also, I think.
Hartnell and Migeot both use the word short.
Yeah.
I actually like that description better than their actual estimates.
Yeah, because 6 feet, it's not short.
No, someone who's 6 foot is probably never going to be described as short. I wouldn't rule out a 6 foot suspect, but when Ranger White said that Hartnell said he was 6 foot or better, no, I'm not going to take that. I think 6 foot is probably a generous maximum.
I've read something this week on Reddit. I don't know if you follow stuff on Reddit, but I've read something, and it was the first time I heard that. Somebody was presented this theory saying, but just for the crime of Paul Stine, he was saying that he thinks that Brian Hartnell was the killer of Paul Stine because Brian Hartnell had recognized his voice, the voice of the perpetrator at Lake Berryessa, and he shot him because he was holding all the time a gun after his attack because he was afraid to be attacked again.
I don't
know if you have ever heard that, but I've heard it one time. Strange.
That is just dreadful stuff.
And then this 6'7" man goes lumbering down Jackson Street. Nobody recognizes it.
He's not 6'7" by the witness, but people have really strange theories sometimes.
Gold.
Why do people have to insist that Brian Hartnell was involved? They always wanted to come back to this. They think that Brian Hartnell was the Zodiac, or that he had a copycat stab him at Lake Berryessa, trying not to kill him.
Because this murder case is a joke to them.
Well, sure, but like, if you want to stage the scene, and like maybe you want Cecilia murdered, all right, now I also want you to stab me in the back 6 times, something that's extremely painful that might kill me, but we got to make it look real, right? That's your plan. Like, and furthermore, why?
Yeah, but I don't understand why how they process these people, because first, it's a lack of respect for the victim, really, and it's also a lack of respect for the survivor, and it goes nowhere with this kind of thinking. It goes nowhere. So why waste your time to try to think about this kind of theory involve Brian Hartnell? He's a victim. He's not a...
Well, I can answer that. I can answer why. What they do is they look at people who wear dark-rimmed glasses, which is almost everybody except me, and then they say that okay, he looks like the composite sketch. Therefore, they've made this mental dot connection in their mind that maybe he was the killer. You must have heard the theories about Paul Stine being the Zodiac, right?
Yeah.
Or a lot of Paul Stine.
Now, he wasn't the Presidio Heights killer, but he did all the other ones, right? And he was murdered because somebody, well, killed him as part of, like, a suicide plot. And, as Jerome said, it's no respect for the victims, no respect for the survivors. And they're just making these very simple connections. The reason why is for the same thing. The younger photos of Paul Stine look like the composite sketch. So they're connecting mental dots in their own way. And therefore, they think that somebody has to have been involved. Just because somebody survives an attempted murder does not mean they are an active participant.
No.
And Vincent, you've been louder than anyone on this. Just because you have two parents that work in the defense contracting industry, just because you have two parents in the military, also does not mean that you were involved with something.
Yeah, I think his credibility took a hit with the Visalia ransacker connection because apparently Paul Stine's a time traveler, according to Horn. And so this is an issue Horn has where he...
Yeah. I saw your video on that, and I was just like, the earliest estimates that I saw the Golden State Killer operating as the Visalia ransacker were 1973. Some people, of course, always said 1974. That's the famous year. Now, there was something that I read once that there were like crimes that could have been attributed to him in 1973, but Paul Stine was dead long before that as well.
Yeah, as a Cordova cat attacker, that was DeAngelo. Most likely DeAngelo.
Okay, sure. Sure.
Yeah, and it's a lot of respect for his family because the sister of Paul Stine had talked with Hurst Beeson recently. I think he had talked with her several times, and she wanted to know who had killed her brother. So it's it's a real lack of respect for the victims or the family, and a question about which Hoffman.
Oh, that.
I don't know.
I offered in the chat that no one knows. Horn says he knows because the cop who was across the street saw a vehicle in the lot, and he believes it was Hoffman. Maybe it was, but
What is big?
I don't know.
Horn's theory is that it's a newspaper conspiracy. Why is the Zodiac on page 4?
Well done. Yeah.
It's just lately he's been a little out there, guys.
It's a good question. Did Arnell see Zodiac right on the car?
I can answer that one. Question. No, because the car would have been approximately 500 yards from the site of the stabbing, right?
Yeah.
And they couldn't even make out discernible features of the Zodiac from 50 to 100 yards when he put the hood on. Only things that Cecilia could say was that he was a Caucasian male with dark-colored hair, most likely dark brown, but they would not have been able to see the car from that place.
No, I don't think they are able to see the car. The car was really high from the place they were. So, no, I don't think so. But
and also, even if they had a straight line, which they didn't, like a straight line of vantage point, they hadn't tried to stand up yet by the time the Zodiac gets back there, because, as I understand, they didn't try to even stand up and start moving around until a substantial amount of time later, maybe even like at least an hour. And that's when they realized just how badly they were injured. But I think from Brian's recollection, they were on the blanket for a very long time. And then they start to try and move around, and then they feel the pain in their wounds. But they were stunned for a substantial amount of time.
Here we have the Scorpion 70 character Cipher S4 backward L shaped symbol.
Yeah. Now, Sam, does this tie into your observation about how they're the backwards L's that are found in the 340? And Sam has been very clear that they also could be backwards J's. David Orange video talking about the backwards L's, or the very least, most of the video was on clues in the 340 like that. Is that what you're talking about, Sam? You think there's a connection between the 340 and the Scorpion cipher?
I think so. Yeah, I think he made the connection with that. Yeah.
I'm going to grab a phone charger and coffee 1 second.
Yeah, I could go for one myself. By the way, Chris was asking, is there anything in Ned's cup? No, not now.
Yeah.
Notice Vincent didn't offer us a cup of coffee.
No.
I'm just saying.
All the way to
We are
Orange County.
30. We are thirsty. We are thirsty. Here we have some. You say, Ned?
Oh, that symbol was used in both the 408 and 340 and had the same encryption, meaning they both used the same key. Well, Sam, would that be how would you know that that was used in the Scorpion cipher in the same way? Because as Druzer said very clearly, it's most likely that the Zodiac ciphers influenced the Scorpion ciphers. That would just be somebody looking at the cipher grid, right, and be like, all right, well, how can I reshape this symbol? How can I borrow this symbol? We don't know the solutions of any of the Scorpion ciphers, if I recall, right, Druzer?
No.
They're all still unsolved, right?
That's correct. It's particularly frustrating in the for the Zodiac ciphers. One disappointment I'm sure we all had when the 340 was solved is that we realized that he was in fact using a different key for it. So we still had nothing to go on with the shorter ciphers other than the knowledge that he had changed his key twice in the two solved ciphers.
Yeah. And I think that's goes back to what David Orenschak said, though, also with like something such as the 340 and the Z13, Z32. It shows that the Zodiac is now capable of using different methods. He's capable of just changing it up in different ways. And that means that you can't really use the previous ciphers as predictors of his future behavior.
Yeah, and he broke the rules in both ciphers. So we can't discount that the 13 or the 32 were written backwards, changing directions, transpositions, no transpositions, spelling inaccuracies. We got nothing.
And
go ahead.
That's why I am thinking about the music note, because I was thinking it's not a transposition. It's not a transposition. It's not something that David Orenschak or Sam Blake or Eyal Van Eyck could figure out. This is not something that the NSA or the CIA could figure out. Well, what we see in when we see music, when we write music, all the time there is a dot with a symbol. Oh, okay. And I was thinking at the 13th punch hole card with the 13 hole, and I was make the connection directly with the Z13, and I was thinking it could be something related with the music. And like the Zodiac likes to talk about the Mikado, or not to talk about the Mikado, but quoting the Mikado when there is some music, Tipwalo, Tipwalo, Tipwalo. I was thinking there is maybe something to find there, something interesting. We could maybe give us just a little clue, but it will be great to have a new little clue. But I need to try to figure out what to do to replace this letter or this cipher by music note. I don't know how to do for now, but if you're a musician, you know the music, if you can help me, you are really welcome.
I like that the idea that the 32 is meant to waste your time both as a cryptographer and as a boots on the ground police officer, because not only are you trying to crack the code, you're also trying to find with a geographic search area this bomb that probably doesn't exist. And so you're wasting huge amounts of law enforcement resources, huge amounts of attention, not with just the cryptography of the 340 and the other ciphers, but now you've added this element to it where it's like, okay, you have to go start searching roadsides. Now you have to be looking at maps and trying to do all this. And it's just a huge waste of time. I think he was a little bit alarmed and did some damage control, probably not to the extent that Reddit claims. Reddit acts like he was the scaredest human being known to man after that, which I definitely don't agree with. But he does appear to be diverting law enforcement with that. heavily.
Agreed.
By the way, we have to give a shout out to Gorilla Train, who says, "What's up, my fellow Zodiac nerds?" Not
What
too
up,
much, Gorilla Train. What's up with you?
He's a great poster.
Here we have a question for Sam. Could you read it?
Sure. Why haven't they tested all of the non-canonical correspondences and see what DNA they came up with, like the Albany letters, the Atlanta letter, etc.? Check those for DNA. Well, here's one thing that we said earlier on in this episode when we were asked the question of how much do you think they're holding back? And I said about 35%, maybe more. I would expect that they would have done so at this point. Purely a guess on my part, that they would have tested things, especially the Albany letter. The Atlanta letter, probably not. I mean, not probably not. I don't think that one was authentic at all. But I would expect that they would have gone through some of these processes to try and authenticate them outside of simple handwriting comparisons. So that's my take on the subject. Maybe they did. What do you think?
I think one thing they're holding back is how much testing they've done and what results they've obtained. But no, I don't think they have tested the non-canonical ones. I don't think they've done enough testing with the canonical ones. I heard something fascinating from Julia when she was doing her discussion about the investigation into Chester Clark Klingle, where they didn't have a Zodiac profile to work from. So what they did is they would take the few cells that they found on one confirmed letter, a few cells they found on another confirmed letter, a few cells they found on a third confirmed letter, and they tried to put them together as a composite. And that, if that's the best that they could do in 2007 or whenever this took place, it does not look good.
At least now we have our buddy Paul Holes with his investigative genetic genealogy, because if we do have a confirmed Zodiac sample, we have a chance.
Hell yeah, we do. If we have one, we just haven't extracted one. And the real answer to Sam's question is they have more important things to do. We're all fascinated with this case, but that doesn't mean it's any more important than a solvable crime that's contemporary, where they could actually make arrest and do some real justice.
Also,
but maybe sorry, go ahead. Oh no, I just want to say that maybe in the near future, with the new technology, they will maybe find something new who could help to have more detail about, I don't know, because it doesn't exist yet. So, but tell us more about, I don't know, something new in the near future with the AI who is coming. So I have hope. I have hope about that.
They had a guest on here, Jerome. I think it was Eduard that said it, where he was talking about when you fume something with anhydrine, you destroy sources of DNA, and that's basically standard practice, as far as I know, at least at that time, for trying to develop fingerprints from a piece of paper. Is they fume it with anhydrine almost immediately, and as soon as you do that, there goes your DNA, which at the time wasn't a concern, but now, retrospectively, we're oh crap,
Yeah, but it's interesting. I'm watching if there is other. Yeah, I think there is other question. If you have C1, go ahead, because I'm watching.
Zodiac Killer Halloween card, who says, after all this time, who knows what to hold back what? And what I think that means is, after all this time, who knows what they are holding back and why? And it's what Druzer said, though. I've heard this from other people when they say that they have contemporary cases that they want to use their resources for, a 56-year-old cold case where they don't think the killer is any threat. Now, what are they holding back? I mean, like something like, did they test the Albany letter for DNA in some way, somehow? I am not sure on that. You would think so, right? That would be like the first thing that you would do. Like look at all of the profiles that you have, or all of the fragments of DNA that you have, and then, well, run them against the unconfirmed correspondences. Do you have any matches? Right? But
Yeah.
I
An
don't know if they did.
inclusive link between a non-canonical letter and confirmed letter would be very interesting. But I think until they get something that they could compare one of these outlier letters, there's not much they can do with it.
Or new evidence.
Yeah.
Ned, the question for you. Did you say once that Paul Stine was Jewish ethnically or religiously?
Yeah, I did say that. I thought that he was Jewish because I thought Stein sounded like a Jewish name.
Yes.
And Sam actually asked me once, like, have I verified that? And I was like, no, I just, I perhaps shouldn't have said that on the air. Maybe it was an assumption on my part. So, does anybody else have any info on that? Was Paul Stine actually Jewish?
Is it because you? Yeah, I was gonna say someone's gonna give Edwards his time of day right here because he's been quite active.
Yeah, talking about suspects, Eduard, for me, is a terrible suspect.
I used to think so, but we've now placed him in California, not outlier Bay Area, a little south of it, throughout all the canonical crimes. So he just became a lot more interesting to me.
That's what happened with me for DeAngelo too. Is when you remember Lisa Cesari, Ned?
How could I forget?
She was going on, and then that one day she said, he debarked his ship on Mare Island in Vallejo in 1968, and I was like, is that true? And I got all paranoid. He was 5'9".
Yes, like, I mean, I think you know the reasons why I think Joseph DeAngelo was not the Zodiac Killer, because they're very, very different types of criminals. And I also think that a lot of the claims that people have going back to 1962, accusing Joseph DeAngelo of all those crimes, are very bizarre when they just have these evolving things that this one person would have done, where he's just constantly changing his MO, where he's just constantly reinventing his personality, where he is making letters and ciphers at some points, and then all of a sudden in 1973-74 he's just going to morph into this type of ski mask home intruder, which is, well, it's very important because there's a sexual motivation with the Golden State Killer crimes that you just do not have, not only with the Zodiac murders, but with most of these pre-Zodiac murders. There really isn't a strong sexual motivation. Yeah, there's that stuff they say about he's getting some type of thrill out of this, some type of arousal, but not like the Golden State Killer. The Golden State Killer committed sexual assaults, and I really, really think that we're dealing with two very different criminals.
And about that, I'm asking you, to all of you, do you think it's possible that if we go on the two killer, two perpetrator, do you think that's possible that the killer was not sexually motivated by killing people, but his accomplice, just by watching or filming, was him sexual
gratification?
Yeah, gratification about watching this kind of stuff. There's horrible stuff, but snuff movie exists.
Yeah.
And there is rich people who are ready to pay a lot of money to watch this kind of stuff. Disgusting. But do you think it's likely, unlikely?
I think the sexual gratification part is not unlikely. I think the filming the crime
by the
is unlikely.
Yeah.
Well,
But filming is unlikely.
A little counter argument for Ned there, sort of, is that imagine hypothetically speaking, he's engaged to Bonnie Caldwell in 1969, 70, whatever it was, 70, 71. She breaks off the engagement with him, and then as a result, this brings out a sexual motivation in killing that he hadn't had before. I'm racking my brain trying to come up with a time DeAngelo killed someone that didn't have a sexual component. I don't think I have one. The closest I can get you is Claude Snelling, but that was during an attempted abduction of his daughter. So, of course, there's your sexual component. The two-killer theory, we have to find some kind of evidence for that, because there is nothing that indicates that you had two perpetrators or offenders at the crime scene. You have every single witness report claims one guy. Looking at the nature of criminal conspiracy, it's very unlikely that without one of them killing the other, that either of them would have been able to keep that secret. And also, just many indicators of not the most likely idea, but it's possible. There's so little known. I know what's his name, something Crow, was it William Crow or something, Druzer? That was at Lake Herman Road, saw those two guys, he claimed, in a car. And I think he might have been seeing the hunters or something that were down by that pumping station. I don't know what he saw, because his story changed too. But it's a lot.
I think
I just have one also counter argument about DeAngelo. To the credit of Lisa Cesari, Ryan Burns calls her Aunt Lisa. She has done her homework. She has done her research. She doesn't share all of her findings publicly. And I asked her about that. She's like, I'm building, the case. And she doesn't necessarily want to go public with everything. You don't have to. But when I have challenged her on some things, she has shown me, her research before. I had to block her for her own reasons. And then, yes, I follow a lot more of what she's saying, and she can articulate her theory in the timelines and, challenge the DNA evidence and so on. But Jerome's question was about, do you think that there could have been two people? One of them is getting gratification from simply watching and possibly filming these crimes. I have to side with Druzer on this one when he said that filming at night or filming at Lake Berryessa from a substantial distance, where I responded to this once on Black Box Online Radio because Jack Myers wrote about this in his book, The Son of Zodiac, when he said that the Lake Berryessa stabbing was filmed and provide 14 reasons why. When I was like, well, why didn't they find any markings in the ground from a tripod if they so carefully documented the footprints? And someone responded to me and said, no, you misunderstood. The camera was on a boat. And I'm like, well, that's even worse. Much as Druzer was talking, you don't just use a handheld camcorder and record something on a boat that's so far away that Brian and Cecilia wouldn't even have known about it. I mean, what kind of zoom lens were they using in 1969? Let alone capturing audio. That would be nearly impossible with a handheld camcorder that's on a tripod on a boat that other witnesses did not report.
And
this guy he's just kind of like going on with his camcorder.
I can tell you that using a zoom lens from a boat is not going to help you.
No. But I told you for Lake Berryessa, it was different. I think it was different. I think the voyeur became the perpetrator and the perpetrator the voyeur. But in the same times, that's something we don't know. And I was not aware that somebody had already write about the Zodiac filming what he was doing. Titulo equal 888. Titulo 888. Okay, but explain how do you do that, because willow.
Oh,
if you had if you add all the letter T-I-T. No, it's impossible. No.
Oh, there are 8 letters in Titwillow when it's misspelled like that.
There is 8 letters in Titwillow. Okay.
888.
Oh, Ned is smarter than me.
Why was the description of the Zodiac not included in or omitted from the Napa PD report.
I think that's just one of the many follow-up things that we don't have from the reports. I don't think it was deceptive that they didn't include it. From what we know, she spoke with Officer Slate, who doesn't recall writing it down.
Yeah.
I think for what it's worth, Tom said he saw it with his own eyes, but maybe I have that wrong. She also spoke with the first responders from the resort, the owners whose last name was also White, and those are in the reports that we have available. She also spoke with the EMTs in the ambulance, and we do not have that. But again, Tom said he saw it.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, though, there's something I would like to respond to, though, about Sam Fisher's also saying that in the 340 cipher, the Zodiac uses the word paradise 3 times. Paradise also has 8 letters, 888. Now, Sam, you know what else also has 8 letters in it? Ned Dehan. If anybody says my name 3 times, you also get an 888. I mean, we can all make these types of connections, and I mean, I'm not sure it's the most practical route unless we have some additional information that's going to tell us to look for that stuff.
So Ned is 5'8". He's what's up, my fellows? Hi, Gorilla Train.
Zodiac wore glasses. Ned does not wear glasses.
Oh,
yeah, I showed you them.
He's on and off.
There we go.
Oh,
there we go.
Let me check my.
Not seen them, so.
I'm just trying to get myself off the hook.
Oh, absolutely, Druzer. Like, I mean, I think we got to do a composite match between Druzer and Ned. It's going to the Canadian guy. All those people were right with the Happy Christmas. Oh, right. Druzer, did I forget to ask you that? Do you say Happy Christmas in Canada to people?
I do not.
That's what I've heard from other Canadians when they've ever brought this stuff up. That the Zodiac said Happy
from UK.
In the UK and Australia, it's very commonly
used. Yeah.
But like when I would talk about this stuff, people just get in the comment section. They just say, "Hey, I'm Canadian. I don't say Happy Christmas. We always say Merry Christmas." I side with them.
Yeah. Well, Zodiac said Merry Christmas as well.
Yeah. Fair enough. And I think he was American, if I can just put my 2 cents in it.
Yeah, there is nothing to contradict that Zodiac was not American. So the question was asked to a BTK survivor if he had wood while he was committing the act. Sorry, no, nice way to say it.
Okay.
Is that a question?
No.
No.
Okay.
I mean, these are terrible things, but some serial killers are going to get aroused by this, not only in the emotional sense, but yes, there are sexually motivated serial killers, and we just brought up the Golden State Killer and Gary Ridgway, of course, and any serial killer who is also committing sexual assaults, like rape, is going to be aroused in that manner, and I don't exactly know what else we would do.
We had some times when DeAngelo could not get aroused. He was either in a partial state of arousal or not at all. And a lot of times it would be dependent on circumstances. There was I believe, victim, I'm going to misquote this, so I won't say it, but it's for sure. But I think it's a Cordova attack. And there were some kids playing outside. It's like victim 15 or 16. And he kept going to the window. And because of those kids playing outside, he wasn't able to do all that. So he just left. And he did not commit the rape. But it probably depends. And anyway, we don't have any evidence that Zodiac had one way or the other during any of this. So,
but there's a comment here from Dion we should respond to. New Zealander here. Never heard an Aussie or a Kiwi say Happy Christmas. Never ever heard a Kiwi or an Aussie say Happy Christmas, only Merry Christmas. I have definitely heard in like old Australian movies and so on, the Happy Christmas thing. But, Dion's from New Zealand. We have to trust him on that. That That's just not what's commonly used. And I mean, if I could also tell you what I really think, I just think that the Zodiac said that because of Clement C. Moore's poem, "'Twas the Night Before Christmas," which ends "Happy Christmas to all, and to all a good night." And we grow up with that in all corners of the English-speaking world. And he, being in his own personality, would have a lot of attention to details with things from stories, literature, books, all of that.
I'd love to touch on Bell Letter here too, because people act like the Bell Letter is insight to the Zodiac's psychology. I think it's entirely satire, pretty much. Now, a couple indicators for that is that we know he saw the TV show, the Jim Dunbar show, because it's in the 340 cipher. We also know that the 340 cipher was very hard to crack. So it suggests that Zodiac doesn't necessarily want you to know that that wasn't him in the TV show. And this would push us in that direction of the Bell Letter is him playing off of that, going, "Oh, I'm so crazy, I can't help myself, blah, blah, blah." But it's probably satire.
100% on the same page with you, Vincent. This whole thing about how this is when the Zodiac is showing his true colors and his true self, and he has this, sad, lonely man persona. I mean, everything else that the Zodiac has done has tried to make himself look tough and cool. And this guy was making this comments on the TV show about being sad and weak and so on, and he has the problems with the headaches. So the Zodiac is gonna do what he always does, starts trolling, right? And as you said, satire, sure.
Me, on that, I'm, like I told you, I'm 50-50. Like I told you, I think it was a way to see if it was possible to enter in communication with Belay, because just after Presidio Height, he has been almost caught, and I think they have talked together, because I think there were two perpetrators, and I think they have talked together and say, okay, if I'm get caught for future crime, do we have what we do? We cannot call a lawyer and say we are the Zodiac. We are afraid to be caught for our next crime. So no, it's impossible. So how you can do? How Zodiac can call the TV station and ask to talk to Belay, not us, the Zodiac, the persona. And like this, we will test the water to see if it's possible to help us or not if we are caught. But I'm 50-50. I'm also agree with you, Ned. So
definitely a weird way to do it, though, to do it on public television like that. It would have been probably a little more stealth and clandestine to go to Belay secretly, pay him some money to establish attorney-client privilege, and then bring that up.
But yeah, I agree. But Vincent, a lot of the time, the better way to hide himself is to be in plain sight. So I think he was doing that, to trying to mess with people's minds, and people like you, like me, because I'm agree with you. I'm completely agree with you. Will think, yeah, no, if he's doing that, he will do that under the surface and not be known. And yeah, it's more like this. But I think
Like
he was thinking, yeah. I think he was thinking really differently, and it was really well prepared, and sure, he was thinking differently than us, because we are not psychopath. So I don't think so. And he was, or there was. So I try to go against my own feelings about what could happen in their mind, if you see what I mean.
Yeah, he definitely did weird stuff that doesn't make any sense.
No.
Like, even the idea that he cut the shirt on Paul Stine 3 times.
Yeah.
Hard to get. That's just weird. Why not just grab? Yeah. Look, if I grab my shirt like this, there's the whole thing. So why
to not continue to call the police like he did before?
Yeah, something was up. Like his mind just doesn't make any sense. Like,
You mean after the Stine murder, why he didn't call the
Yeah.
police?
Yeah. If he
I
don't
think
take
because of the shirt.
if he don't took the shirt, he could
Well, I think he
easily
didn't
go
call the
to
police
cabin.
because of it. He could already prove that he had committed the crime, so he doesn't have to say there's a taxi driver over by so and so location. I'm the one who did it. He's going to mail in the pieces of the shirt, and that's how he's going to prove that he did it. Because the Zodiac is also about proving himself in different ways. For example, the car door at Lake Berryessa. Now that came in conjunction with a phone call, but it just shows that he tries to prove that he committed these crimes with different methods.
True. Side note. To meet and St. Vincent de Paul and wrote to Paul Avery indicate the name Paul means something. Santo Panzerella means Saint Paul. So
you also have Vincent in there.
yeah.
Yes, so this one's not mine. This one's for you, Vincent.
Gotta be him. No, I don't.
Could be.
I don't know. It could be. It's a very common name. Paul Stine, Paul Avery, DePaul, Panzerella is being St. Paul. There's just it might mean something, but where can we go with it? Is what where I'm looking at that with.
There's really no indication that the caller who suggested St. Vincent de Paul was the Zodiac.
No.
Oakland PD initial caller, sure, could be, but this would be from Sam.
Oh no, not Sam.
Yeah.
The 8 balls. The 3 8 balls.
3 8 balls on the D13 cipher. And though, Melissa, as I understand, your claim is that those are not actually 8s. Those are H's because he has 3 circled H's, which clue us into the first initial of his last name, if I've understood you right in the past.
That's true.
September 27th is the day of St. Vincent in the liturgic calendar. I did not know that.
Yeah.
Vincent, have you ever had presents on the Saints' days?
No, I don't think so.
Some people do that. You get presents on the day of St. Vincent. September 27th. I'm not going to forget this one next year, so.
I'm telling people about that. Hey, you guys know what Ned Dehan told me.
I mean, I guess I'll have to send you like a Zodiac cake or something. Black icing with a circle and a cross in it.
Yeah, and St. Paul is the patron of the writer. Yeah.
Yeah, it's so many things, and it can't be all of them, because if it's all of them, then the Zodiac is busy reading so much he can't kill people. So.
No, you're right, but there is so much theory, so much, not evidence, but let's say
leads.
Yeah. We can find out there that we try to make dots, and sometimes it's not the good thing to do, to make dots, but sometimes it could maybe something. And it's why it's so hard, really.
I think we that kind of stuff, but we should look at some of the crime scene evidence first, because there's a lot of stuff we're not, as a community, we have no answers to certain things. That's like, okay, why are we trying to crack the Scorpion ciphers before this? And that's, everybody, of course, assigns their own prioritized significance to things, but there's questions, I think, in the ballistics that haven't been answered. So.
Okay, Vincent, on that note, you said people prioritize things in different ways. If somebody just looks at the Scorpion ciphers and all of a sudden they get the light bulb moment, they get an idea or something about it, I would encourage them, and people are going to have focus areas. David Orenschak chose the 340 cipher. Chad Burke has chosen the Z13. And if they can, find something about this where they think that they are going down the right track, sure. Are we going to solve the cases with those? No, especially not the Zodiac mystery. David openly said that. He was like, he thought when the 340 would be solved, it's not even going to reveal the killer's identity. He was planning on that, and Surprise, surprise, it didn't, because our Zodiac of the 1960s does not really give anything away at face value. It's always just, what did I say in the past? It's just he gives you some information, but never the whole thing. As a case in point, even, the 408 cipher, the final line, the Z18, is nonsensical. It's not even completely solved to this day. And, I mean, but people are going to look at things like that. They might be able to think about something in their own way.
With the
Yeah,
nice
I would like just say something about Chad, because I think there is a misunderstood between us. He's been banned from the Facebook group, The Mysteries of Mr. Belgium. But it was not me. I can swear it was not me. Maybe it's because he don't have follow the rules, and one admin had banish you, but I can tell you it was not me. I will try to figure out who had banished you to reincorporate you in the group, but it was not me, and I think it was a mistake by someone. I don't know.
Oh, yes, I meant to bring that to your attention. After I did the interview with Chad, he asked me that about why did I get banned from Jerome's group and page, and I was like, I don't know. I didn't even know that he was banned, and you certainly didn't say anything about it.
Me neither. Me neither. He told me because I have sent him a link for tonight, and he answered me, "Are you I, man? You banished me from your Facebook group. What?" And I was no, I never do that. So I want to be clear. It was not me. Maybe you have posted too much. You have been. I don't know. But I'm going to figure out, and I will reintegrate you in the group. There is no problem with that. Don't worry. It's a mistake by someone, not by me, by somebody else. But don't worry. I have nothing against you. Nothing. And I never banish anyone.
Can I say something in defense of Chad Burke and his attempts to solve the
Yeah.
Z13 cipher? He has spent about 6 years working on the Z13, and it took David Orenschak 14 years to solve the 340. So a lot of people don't understand the methods that Chad is using. Why is he trying to solve the Z13 this way? Well, sometimes you're just going to have to go through different processes and different methods and different explorations until you get the right answer. So, I mean, the fact that we've learned that it takes a long time to solve some of these ciphers. So, keep going, Chad.
Yeah, keep going, man. Yeah. Free Chad. Yeah, absolutely.
Exactly.
Justice for Chad.
For some reason, Edward says free Nigeria. If you want, Edwards. I thought they were already free.
Free as what?
You know, Archangel Michael, that's going to be a little bit hard. I know you're an angel and all, you can do that stuff, but I can't.
One thing I wanted to mention about Zodiac teasing little pieces of information is that an advantage to us for a repeat offender case is every time he gives up one of those little pieces of information, we can compile and start to understand, you know, the guy with little bits here and there. So if he slips up and he leaves maybe a segment of a fingerprint here, a segment of here, or a couple skin cells here, or something like that, we can start compiling these things together, and they tell us about the offender. The only reason that we can't do that is if you say that these crimes are not related, and then that's a whole mess because, you know, useless. But if it is the case that every now and then he gives us something, he teases us, or he slips up here and there, then we can start compiling that information to build a picture of somebody. I think a great example of that was Gian Quasar's work on the whole Irons case, because he built massive amounts of incredibly valuable information by doing geographic profiling from separate cases and little bits and pieces of the offender here, bits and pieces here. And that opened my eyes a lot to that, reading those files. And, you know, but if you have the horn theory, you have a mess. So, who we got?
I had a question 30 seconds ago. Now it's gone.
Yeah. Go ahead.
Oh, no. I was going to ask you a question, Vincent.
Yeah.
Allen aside, do you think Zodiac had a basement?
Probably not. I mean, I've never lived in a house with a basement. I live in California. If he did have a basement, why would he say that? It's hard to tell. Sometimes it seems he's so arrogant that he'll say things to give himself away a little bit, and then other times it could just be a nothing. And the problem is that no matter which way you go on that question, it doesn't bring us any closer to Zodiac's house. So it's possible.
Yeah, it's about where I'm at.
Now, is this in Graysmith's book? Like, where is this where it says that one thing that the authorities wanted to do was, when they learned this stuff about the Zodiac talking about the basement, they decided to go through the records and find the houses in California that had basements. So let's just try and see, let's just make this, our point of reference. Let's investigate the people who live in houses with basements. And the Zodiac case is still unsolved. I don't know if they made it to everybody, but that to me indicates that it's just a strike against the Zodiac actually owning a basement. It's, like I say, I'm going to my clock tower or something like that. I can make something up and say something that's untrue. And, well, did the Zodiac not like to do that? Put people on wild goose chases. He may have sent people looking for a bomb that didn't exist. He may have been just, saying all types of things that were not true. I wouldn't put it past him to lie about having a basement. I always thought he was telling the truth because I thought it was just a simple slip up, but maybe he lied.
Well, it's more than a slip up because you mentioned it twice. It could be true. Yeah,
it could be.
I mean,
or it could be just like he's making it up the whole time.
But another frustration is that, okay, say they round up 300 people who had basements in California. How do they determine that they were or weren't the Zodiac?
They don't.
Receipts on the
interrogations all the time.
Yeah.
By itself, it's useless anyway. Because even if you say, okay, Arthur Leigh Allen's got a basement, for example, that's just one more thing someone says, okay, coincidence. So it doesn't really mean.
Yeah, and we really can't add up the coincidences and somehow come up with something verifiable.
Yeah.
I mean, obviously. Go ahead.
Like, how do people know that the person with the basement wasn't the Zodiac? The authorities can be duped and fooled all the time during interrogations, cross-examinations, no matter what type of technique they're using, and then it turns out 50 years later the case is solved by DNA or some other type of forensic evidence, and it indicates that this person who was a really good liar was the killer.
I do suspect that they did question him at some point. Just because of the size of this investigation, it would not surprise me if he was in an interrogation.
Wouldn't be that surprising, but I don't know. I don't know how they would stumble upon him, unless he lived near where one of the areas, which I don't believe any were canvassed, or he knew a victim, which I don't think he knew any of the victims. I think Zodiac knew that they had nothing on him and that there was no logical reason why he would pop up on the radar.
But my question for you, Drew, if he's not from this area, if didn't know the victim, why is coming to Valero, Napa, Berryessa, and San Francisco to commit his crime?
Well, I don't think he knew where he was going to commit his first crime. I don't know where he expected he would find an opportunity in, late December 1968. I think he could have driven for an hour that night. Maybe he did drive for an hour before he found an opportunity.
Mm-hmm.
And after that first crime, then I think that dictated where he struck next. But the first one is really the key. Why was he on Lake Herman Road? Where else had he been? I think that if the kids weren't there when he drove by, he would keep driving either to a normal destination or perhaps he was looking specifically for victims that night.
It leans towards he's either a Vallejo or Berryessa or he's there a lot. And it also appears to be, right on that jurisdictional border. So it's like he's within his comfort zone potentially, but he also knows that he's on a jurisdictional border. He may have been going Benicia to Vallejo, and he may have been going Vallejo to Benicia. He might have just been driving Lake Herman Road back and forth, who knows what, prowling, going crazy, being a weirdo. I kind of think he might have seen Faraday and Jensen's car, driven away from it, and then parked there and waited to see if he could see headlights in the distance or if anyone was coming, and then come in and done his thing. Because, Druzer, this whole thing at Lake LHR takes place in 10, 11 minutes or something, doesn't it?
6.
Okay. Fast. So fast.
Yeah, but I mean, I think part of what you're saying is definitely true. I think he pulled in there, and then I think he did see headlights, and I think he ducked down until Owen passed, and then he made his move, and he probably drove in the opposite direction of Owen, so therefore towards Vallejo.
Interesting.
And do you think that after the fact he come back to the crime scene, or it was not? Yep,
I do.
I bet, yeah.
And I think he did disgusting things to himself.
Yeah.
That's scary. About where he went after Blue Rock Springs.
Actually, I was thinking about where he went after Blue Rock Springs and the missing 30 minutes.
40 minutes, yeah.
And so I tried to put myself into that position. I thought, okay, think of a park in your hometown. Now, without consulting Google Maps, give directions from the police station to that park that you didn't know you were going to kill at until that night. That's going to take some time.
True. Yeah.
It's probably not going to be accurate. I mean, it might be somewhat accurate. You get the streets wrong, right? But you probably don't get the distances correct, which maybe you did, maybe you didn't. Depends on where the common might have been.
At least for those first crimes, it appears all roads lead to Vallejo. Because if he leaves in the opposite direction of Owen, who's going to Benicia, he goes into Vallejo. Then you have Blue Rock Springs, where the phone call is placed from within Vallejo. So for whatever reason, at least the first 2 times, at minimum, he's going that way.
Mm-hmm. I would agree with that.
In addition to that, he writes Vallejo at the top of the Hartnell car door message. He has a signature.
And then basically doesn't write to Vallejo again, and only once or twice mentions Vallejo again. And he's putting his markers for the police in wildly different directions. I certainly see why the police highly entertain the notion that he was a local. But I think I'm in the commuter camp.
Look,
there is evidence that he wasn't. There's a reason why people would entertain that, but that's not certifiable. I mean, some people just have it in their minds that they're going to commit crimes outside of their own backyard, so it doesn't get traced back to them. And I think that our Zodiac was smart enough to think like that, or at the very least had instincts to think like that. Yes, they're criminals that can be intelligent and they still commit crimes close by to where they are. But
they don't tell the cops. I mean, I think that's a major thing. Like we all know that serial killers usually start near home with a slight buffer zone, and then they bridge out.
Sure.
But most killers don't tell the cops when and where they did something. You know.
Yes, but those patterns aren't going to be universal. I mean, I completely agree with you that is one of the most common beliefs that people have about serial killers, and it's evidence-based.
Mm-hmm.
But, the Zodiac could have been an exception to all the rules, and I wouldn't be surprised if he was.
I just see confidence throughout all of the crimes and letters. He's reckless, and he seems maybe he was suicidal. I don't think that's out of the realm of possibility, but he really doesn't seem too concerned.
Who we got?
Except-
Larry?
You got another
I'm
question
not
here?
convinced the Zodiac was suicidal, but I think you mean that that's just like a possibility, and
Yeah, he may have. I think he was probably prepared to die when he committed his crimes. I think that if he was stopped by Falcon's Elms, that he probably would have tried to shoot them.
Mm-hmm.
I think that if he was stopped at Lake Berryessa, he would have shot back. And I've said it a million times. I think that's one of the practical reasons why he had the hood, is because if he was going to be gunned down, maybe even before he wrote his message, that he'd want it known that he was the culprit.
That's interesting. I like that angle. I never thought of that before.
But in the same time, if he's so close to die, what to take so much time to create those cipher and send all this letter?
If he was
like
so close
arrogance,
to die,
egoism, full of himself, toying with people, power tripping. I know the solution to the cipher and you don't.
Want
Stuff
to
like
left
that.
the mark? Yeah, you want to left the mark before dying. Yeah.
He's the Joy Division of killers.
can you be
Yeah.
arrogant and insecure at the same time?
Yeah, I think
Absolutely. Absolutely.
it
Because you can have like false arrogance, false confidence, and but like I mean, people can also develop like a type of narcissistic arrogance that is a facade for insecurity.
I'd
Yeah,
say
like
something there.
Bundy did. Yeah. That Bundy had made that, and yeah, it's true.
Yeah, I mean, he just flipped his lid whenever they call him a liar, and or wouldn't print his bomb plans, which were probably false anyway.
Yeah.
I don't know.
But it's really a good angle, because if we start with the idea that the Zodiac was suicidal, and we start on that, there is a lot of stuff in the case we can revisit and see it with another eye, because if he was suicidal, there is a lot of things that I'm asking right now who are nice, Drew. Nice.
what was it?
I missed something.
Yeah,
No,
I
but
think-
I'm not sure why.
the fact that you pointed out that the Zodiac was maybe suicidal.
Mm.
If we see that angle, that the Zodiac was suicidal since the beginning,
Hmm.
since he started to killing, his letter, his cipher, his phone call, his demand to be printed, all the stuff could make sense if it's a kind of a rush, because he's close to die, and there's a lot of things will make sense.
Well, it seems somewhat like an extension of the lack of remorse that we see. I don't think he had. I don't think.
Oh, well, there is no remorse at all. No.
Yeah, I don't think he valued other people's lives, and maybe not even his own.
But if he was young, because we think that he was not really aged, so if us, let's say he has 35, what kind of sickness you can have in 1969 who could kill you at 35 or 30?
Sorry.
I don't know that he had a medical condition. I just think he may have just had an unpleasant existence, and he was looking for thrills. I take him at his word on that.
Okay, you mean
Not
there is
long before.
nothing wrong with his health? It was in his mind.
Yeah, I mean, I don't see any indications that he was in poor health, but I don't see a lot of happiness behind him. I do see desperation. Obviously, he wanted attention. Obviously, he had a chip on his shoulder.
Yeah.
Well, now, wait a second, guys. There is something that we do experience a lot in the D.B. Cooper case, because D.B. Cooper famously carried a bomb, or what appeared to have been a bomb. And that is, just because someone isn't suicidal, it doesn't mean that they aren't afraid to take their own life if they get into trouble. And a lot of these mass shooters have this thing where they are both suicidal and homicidal at the same time, the ones that end their lives before it's all over. And with the Zodiac, I definitely think he could fit into the category of someone who's not afraid to take his own life. The whole concept of, you'll never take me alive, whether, they're going to get into the shootout with the police, and then if they have one bullet left, then they're going to use it on themselves because they don't want to be arrested. And I mean,
Like
I can
a
see the
soldier.
Zodiac fitting. What's that?
Like a soldier. A soldier will
Yeah.
act like this.
Or a terrorist.
Or a terrorist.
Terrorist.
Yeah.
I think D.B. Cooper is a perfect example. I 100% believe that the bomb was real that Cooper had, and
Yeah.
I don't think they were going to take him alive either.
Fair enough.
But
But
it was for
Zodiac.
another purpose. Yeah, it was for money.
Yes, but Jerome, did you mean that you thought that the Zodiac had some type of terminal illness or something like that when you said what illness could he die from?
Yeah, I was asking what kind of illness he could have to die so young. If
Numerous ones, but
Yeah.
do you think that that's what the Zodiac was all about?
no.
I mean,
but,
he could have, you're talking about things like cancer, or he has a heart
yeah,
condition.
something
or-
like this. Yeah, something would tell him that he will die soon. But
I don't know about that.
no, me neither. That's why I ask. If
I really don't know if we have enough information to say something about that. I would think he definitely lived until 1974.
I agree with
Yeah.
that.
Yeah, I agree with that. Yeah, I agree too. Yeah, at least 74. Yeah. Do you see other question in the chat?
Well, there are loads of comments.
Yeah, a lot of comments.
Wow.
You
If
do
you have
start seeing
any
too much.
question before your question.
I think if someone has a question they'd like us to answer, they'd probably need to pose it again.
Which one?
If anyone has a question that they would.
If
like
any.
us to-
Okay. Sorry. Sometimes.
Captain Jenks, we don't know that he had a limp.
I agree with that completely. It's quite possible, but we don't know that he could have been altering his body, as we said, because he's like kind of leaning against his pocket because he has the gun in it, or it's or we can just let's go with Meg's question.
Yeah, let's talk about my shirt instead. It's I don't know, samurai cap.
Druzer, you always
Excellent.
get the
Berryessa.
wardrobe questions, and
Yeah.
who's the guy going to say, is Druzer wearing pants again or something like that? Is that you, Michael? I mean, why does everyone always ask about what Druzer's wearing? No one asks what I'm wearing. Jerks.
Tricky one.
It's for you, Ned.
Thoughts on my work on the pivot patterns. Ned just posted the video yesterday. And the video that I released on Black Box Online Radio is one that was created by Sam Fisher. I invite everybody to go over and check that out. There are actually 2 videos now that Sam has made for the channel. Okay, why don't you guys take one of these first?
It was about the serial killer.
Yes, Joseph Paul Franklin.
Yeah, this is
And Sam has also made observations about the ciphers.
Oh,
Uh, Go ahead.
Oh, me?
Anybody?
The
Yeah, I was
other
asking.
patterns? I don't know that.
Oh, go ahead.
Do you have a handle on this, Vincent?
Yeah, so the 340 has some symbols in it that they basically make like a J shape, where you'll see a recurring bigram or maybe a quadrigram or whatever the world you'd call this thing, where you're getting symbol arrays or symbols that repeat in a J shape that do this thing. I think it's very hard to do that with cryptography deliberately. It might have something to do with the period 19, than just the nature of that cipher's transposition pattern, but it's a lot harder to deliberately encode some of this stuff than people kind of think it is, because they're looking at whether it's a coincidence or it's some kind of a mathematical algorithmic natural result, and they're seeing these results and then saying, oh, that must have been deliberately.
Well, David Orenchak addressed
Druzer's making signs to you guys.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry, Vincent. I guess we're lagging again. I thought you were finished.
No, I pretty much was. Go ahead.
Yeah, well, David Orenchak addressed this in one of his videos talking about the backwards L's, and as Sam is very keen to point out that these do form into backwards J's. What David said in the video was that, number one, the 340, as Vincent says, would be revealed in a different way. Those symbols wouldn't match up to the solution because you had to shift it, right? But point number two was the Zodiac had multiple ciphers, multiple symbols to choose from when he was creating the 340. So the fact that those patterns exist when he could have used different symbols and still achieve the same solution. And I'm not going to pretend like I know all the reasons why David Orenchak says this. There's a reason why he's an expert and I'm not. But he's like, there were 4 possible symbols that could have been used for one of the characters. And the fact that those patterns still exist, I really hope that it's something very telling. J and J, L and L, but
it suggests the transposition of this was done first. I've always been under the impression that transposition ends up maybe on Randall's website somewhere where there were indicators transposition occurred first and then the substitution was second.
Could be. I'm not sure if everyone got that because you were breaking up, but there's indication that the transposition
there is a bug. Yeah.
first.
Yeah, do we know
No,
which is this related to potentially the transposition or the substitution being done first? With Ned's bringing up the homophonic substitution, but it might be algorithmic, just something that naturally, I don't know really why it happened.
I think if there was a mathematical reason for it that Dave and the boys would have pointed it out to us, I think it's just a bizarre anomaly that frustrated me for years. Yeah, I don't think it means anything, but
Me, I think about music. Don't forget that. I think this is not of music, but music note. But
by the way, Sam is also saying it's the J and V cycle in the 340 cipher. And his suspect is named Joseph Paul Franklin, whose legal name was James Vaughn, and Franklin's birth name was James Vaughn. He says here.
yeah, I see the documentary you have posted on your channel, Ned. This guy is really freaky. really freaky.
And as Sam likes to bring up, John Douglas said that Joseph Paul Franklin was either like the scariest or the most threatening serial killer that he ever encountered in all of his interviews. Now, okay, I'll just accept John Douglas's word for that. And the reason why he said that is because Joseph Paul Franklin would pretty much kill anybody, and he was a traveling serial killer, so he didn't only commit the crimes in areas that he was familiar with, and he had these twisted reasons for committing the murders, even going after Caucasian people if he was the racist killer. If he viewed them as a race traitor, then he would shoot them. As a case in point, he is the guy who tried to murder Larry Flint and who paralyzed him. And Sam also brings up the point that he made a phone call after the murder of Larry Friend, reporting it, but they didn't know it was the real killer.
But yeah, this guy could fit to the Zodiac. Yeah, uh, he's completely creepy. He looks like intelligent, but I don't know if he has the intelligence to create Cipher or that I don't know. But yeah, it could be a Zodiac suspect, and if I remember, he was blind of one eye, and on the this guy was blind of of one. He can see just by one eye. The other
I
eyes was
didn't remember that. I
it was
believe you. I just didn't remember.
it was in your in some in the Sam Fisher documentary, and he made he connect the dots between the Halloween card when you have only the skeleton has only one eye and the other is empty, and he made this nice observation. And yeah, this guy could be the Zodiac. He's really creepy, really creepy, and he doesn't like to be really nice to collaborate. And I don't know what you think, Drew, Vincent, but he looked like the
First thing
sketch.
comes to my mind is what do you look like? What did he look like in '69? Is he a stocky male? Does he have a very large round face, as Majo described? Does he have a paunch in his stomach? There's definitely, we do have some physical descriptions that we can kind of check things against, and it doesn't rule him in or out as Zodiac. But if he's a skinny little guy in 1969, then that's a significant problem for the idea that he's a Zodiac killer. And also to base suspect identification off of some pivot patterns in a cipher, I think is not really the most scientific approach to take, though it could be true. But it's a lot to conclude based upon one little thing. So we should check them against the descriptions we do know, because we do have some stuff that at least we do know for sure. Very little, but I don't know. I don't see much racism in Zodiac thus far. He's pretty much shooting, anybody that he finds that suits him. No minority victims, no racist overtones. And people, of course, will point to the Negro, the shabbily dressed Negro, but this was the way people talked back then for the most part. It doesn't indicate a racist, I don't think.
Agreed.
But we actually had another question here in the chat that was from Jeff Thornton, who said, which Zodiac suspect is a closest match to the composite sketch? I can give mine, but anyone else want to go?
I think all of the white men without distinguishing features match the composite. I mean, I really don't think we should take anything more. I think the best composite sketch wouldn't be a sketch at all. It would just be, a head, and, over eyebrows it says, no description. Over the eyes it says no one got the color. Over the hair, 2 people said blonde. I think if he had big ears or a big nose, it probably still wouldn't be noticed, but we know that it wasn't mentioned. And so I think we're looking for a plain, ordinary guy, and I wouldn't eliminate almost any of the suspects we know of based on their facial features.
Plus,
okay. Well, I guess you made Vincent laugh so hard he had to sign off for a second until he can recover and join us. But no, what suspect looked the closest to the composite sketch? I mean, I'm just going to give mine, and these are people whom I absolutely think were not the Zodiac. Number 1, Xenophon Anthony. Number 2, suspect Watterson. And number 3, the alternative suspect Richard Ralph Mangan. Although we don't have a photo of him from 1969, his older photo from the early 90s looks like an aged version of the composite sketch. Does that mean anything? No. That's just whom I think looks like the Presidio Heights composite.
Well, the picture that I see from Don Cheney looks like the sketch of Presidio, right?
Wait a second, Jerome. Cheney is a very good match for the combined composite. When
Yeah.
you put like sketches together, that one, and which anybody can find online. It's also in the thumbnail of a BBOR video.
Yeah,
The
true.
combined composite Don Cheney, sure.
But Drew, fair enough. Yeah, everybody was looking like that in the 60s, around this time. Yeah.
Yeah, I think that's the only value whatsoever in these awful joke suspects, like the victims themselves. The only thing we can
Yeah.
is that, yes, so many people look like the composite that even the victims.
Yeah. And about Sam Fisher suspect, Ned, do we have handwriting of? Do we have his handwriting?
Sure.
And yeah, and we can. Somebody had already made the try to make the connection between the two handwriting, the Zodiac and Sam Fisher's suspect.
You mean if it's actually been evaluated and authenticated? No, because as far as I know, Sam, you can weigh in the chat. You're the first person to accuse Joseph Paul Franklin of being the Zodiac. Is that correct? But he's spent years in prison because he was caught and convicted. So they have all types of things that he's written.
A letter
Yeah,
from Franklin, yes. Digital, not physical copy. And Sam, do you have made some comparison with the Zodiac letter to see if the handwriting match or not? Tell us. Problem with the tooth, Franklin knows how to have other write his signature at hotel, so he got others to write sometimes for him. Yeah, it disguises his handwriting, but I don't think the Zodiac was disguised his handwriting. For what purpose? If he's never been arrested or is not in the police data, they don't have his fingerprint, they don't have his handwriting, they don't have anything against him because he's never been caught for anything. So why to disguise his handwriting, disguise his voice, even say that he put glue on his finger for don't left trace of his fingerprint. If his fingerprint are not recorded in a police station, they couldn't find a connection. They couldn't correlate the two fingerprints. They have not computer like we have today. So if it's somebody who was never on the radar, I don't know.
I think with everybody doing handwriting analysis, your best bet is going to be measure the angles between the start and stop points on strokes. Don't look so much at what the K looks like, but instead look at how those characters relate to each other on a geometric level. You're going to see things in a gap that's harder to fake than just writing an H or an A however I want, because I can make a lot of different A's. It's not too much of an issue. What's a greater issue is trying to disguise the so here's some different if we want to do different eyes, we can this I mean, there's many different ways to write these characters, but what's a lot harder to do is when you start putting them together and then how they relate to each other. And it still is not going to be enough to go, this is the Zodiac Killer's handwriting, but it's probably a little more elaborate way of looking at it, and I think that's where a guy like Sherwood Morrill really messed up, because he was going, oh, there's similarities in the lowercase r's. It's like, there's my r's. I got some check marks there, some curvy ones. K is a little harder. A little Zodiac K there for you, somewhat. But it's not how I write my K. I write my K like that.
I follow you, Vincent.
These are very easy to fake. It's a lot harder when I full sentences and go, I Ned Dehan. How are you doing? Then you look at the stroke points and how they relate to each other. And this is something Zodiac might not have thought of when he was doing it. Potentially. Case file. But he does appear to have a very distinctive handwriting.
Oh, yes, we have another comment, though, about the composite sketches from Sam Fisher when he says, I'm biased, but I think some photos of Franklin look most like the Zodiac. To give credit where credit is due. When Joseph Paul Franklin had his hair cut very short and he was in, his pair of glasses, yes, he does resemble the composite sketch. And somebody even wrote this into Black Box Online Radio. They didn't know that that was a real person. They thought that it was an AI-generated composite, but it was a photo of Joseph Paul Franklin. Oh, I want to say it was from the 1980s, but definitely more than 10 years after the Zodiac crimes. However, there are similarities.
But base your investigation just on a sketch, it's not something to do, because like we were saying before, at the time everybody was looking like the Zodiac sketch. So
all right, well, everybody, I think I'm going to have to sign off for now. But, Jerome, thank you so much for inviting us back on the panel. And thanks to Vincent and Druzer as well for participating, and to Ed for joining in for a while. Much appreciated, guys.
Yeah, thanks for all your time, Ned.
yeah, thank you very much. And we will see you on Friday to talking about the disappearance of Maura Murray.
Yes, everybody, please come in and listen to our episode on Maura Murray that will come on Friday. So, everybody, you have a good afternoon, evening, and good night wherever you are, and take care.
Yeah.
Thanks, Ned. Bye.
Yeah, we probably should wrap this up over 4 hours. You
Yeah,
just get
yeah.
going now, and what are you going to do? Especially when you have a great chat with all these questions.
Yeah. Do you see some question really interesting?
Well, there's some talk about supporting J-Foy in his pointless investigation of his grandfather. I don't think anyone should interview that guy.
No,
It's
no, I don't think either. No.
Oh, who?
I can not tell that Richard Hoffman was not the Zodiac Killer, because we don't know who was the Zodiac Killer for sure. But I don't know if maybe it's the people I like that, but I don't know, claiming this kind of stuff about a member of his own family after he passed away, for me, it's a shame. But I try to don't judge. Everybody could do what they want, but
I'll judge. It's repugnant.
yeah,
The man either didn't read the reports or couldn't understand them. Either I don't know if it's just a cash grab or what, but I'm personally offended by it.
yeah, I understand.
I don't think we should have him on.
No. One just to say, Richard Hoffman, rest in peace. and stop to blushing. This guy, he was a police officer. I never see or read something who tells that this guy's behavior was wrong.
He's one of few guys that we can actually eliminate because we know where Zodiac was and we know where he was, and it was not the same place. So, for Christ's sake, this is one guy that we don't need to talk about.
That is a problem.
I don't think it's out of the question that Zodiac was a police officer, as long as he didn't live in Vallejo. But it's a non-starter.
No, really, it's And what are you waiting for Wednesday for the Netflix documentary? Are you?
I'm going to watch it, even if nothing new comes out.
No, I don't think we will.
2 hours.
I really don't think we will learn anything new about the case or something we don't know. Because first, if it was the case, it's the authority who must know something. If there is a new evidence or something like this, this is the FBI or the police who know that, not Netflix. So,
well, some good things have already come of this documentary. If my theory is correct, that the huge amount of fresh, new, high-res scans that came through Reddit from a guy who calls himself Waffle Deal. And he also released some pages we hadn't seen from the Bauer report, including an interview with Michael Majot and another one with Ralph Spinelli. I don't think we see either of these if this documentary isn't in place. So I'm already happy about that.
Yeah. And about you, Vincent?
I like the renewed interest it's going to bring. Of course, there's going to be a flood of your average true crime hobbyist who comes in for 10 minutes, thinks they've solved it, and that's it. But then you're also potentially seeing a resurgence that might lead to an identification, in the sense, like with the East Area Rapist case, that when people started really getting, loud, we saw a solve. And that doesn't mean there's going to be a solve in Zodiac, but it's good that the world's looking again. And of course, you probably all saw my eyes light up off the record wise, based on things. Something brought Robert Graysmith out of hiding, so it might be pretty nice. I mean, he hasn't appeared in anything in so long that to see him working with the Seawaters on something Zodiac means we might have something good here. I don't know. We won't know till Wednesday.
Yeah, but, I was chatting. Sorry, I was chatting with one of the Seawaters, and I was asking them why they didn't arrest Arthur Leigh Allen in the 18 months they had since the last time they searched his property. And she said she couldn't say. So maybe we'll find out the answer to that question.
It was Connie?
Yeah. Not sure she's a fan.
My guess is that what was seized in that 91 raid was simply not enough to prove he was a Zodiac. And law enforcement probably understands that if they make an arrest and they go to take someone to trial, that's their one chance to prove that's the Zodiac. And if they don't have it, they lose it forever. If they lose it forever, that's bad. I don't think there was enough to arrest him. I think that I do kind of lean towards what Baywart said, in the sense, like, knowing what we know now, there might have been some people in there saying, let's get him pretty soon. There might have been, obviously they took his Zodiac watch. They photographed his Super X ammunition. They photographed his bombs. I believe the Carmen Gias mentioned, they were looking at him really tightly at this time. And it's possible that, but we're not going to know until, I think it would have been jumping the gun to do that so quickly.
Agreed.
But I agree too. But do you think, both of you, with all the theory we have already discussed, with all this time we've spent to talking about the crime and the letters and the ciphers. And don't you think that Leigh Allen is too easy? It's too easy that it was just Leigh Allen?
Would be the beauty of it.
Well, I mean, from our perspective, yeah, like if it's Allen, then I just wasted 10 years of my life.
Yeah, me too. Yeah.
I mean, that's what I thought when I watched the movie, you know.
Plus,
But
23 years. Oh,
yeah, a couple of good bashes of my head against the wall, and I would be ultimately happy that they found someone.
we will make a new channel and talking about a radio or something like that.
Yeah. Any final thoughts,
I have a panel
Vincent?
discussion on.
I
One thing I
have
want
a
to tell
question
everybody
here.
is okay. When the first time the police is before
It was just before Lake Berryessa. After Lake Berryessa?
After, I think it was October 5th
the
or 6th.
fourth time.
Yes.
First time.
Yeah. Oh, hopefully we'll learn to a greater certainty why he was brought in that first time.
Yeah.
Sounds like it may have been Bob Luce, his former employer. But just it's interesting that he was taken in before Cheney opened his mouth, and I don't think Cheney it's possible Cheney could have known that they were looking at Allen or had interviewed him, but probably not. I think it's one of the strongest things about Allen is that there was interest in him before Mr. Bullshit came forward.
Yeah. Yeah, that was interesting, but they don't have continued to watch at him. So
Yeah.
it's a 50-50 because, yeah, that's true that he was interrogated just after Lake Berryessa, but after that, nothing else. So, yeah, that's true that he was interviewed by the police before Cheney come with his story, but
Final thoughts?
Yeah, just want everyone to remain optimistic, hopeful. This is still a solvable case, I believe. And the moment we give up hope on this is the moment we lose the Zodiac. So whatever it takes, do your science, try to get out there in the real world, run scientific experiments, and just keep the optimism, and we might have them someday. That's all.
Well put.
excellent, Vincent.
All
And
right,
thank you very much.
Yeah.
Drew, thank you very much for your time.
You're welcome.
It was a real pleasure again. Vincent, thank you again.
Thank you, Jerome.
And
Of course.
it will be the episode 11 next week. 11. Wow. So
Going good.
I wish to everybody to spend a nice week. And if it's not already, please subscribe. And thank you very much to have take the time to be with us tonight. You are really amazing. Thank you again. You are the stars. Don't forget that, because it's true. And stay true. Take care of your loved one, and take care of yourself. See you soon.
Cheers.